Alright, welcome guys. It's Adrian here from ASAanatomy.com, and welcome to this first lecture actually, where we're going to be blocking out the basic anatomy on our model. So this 3D model over here, this base mesh, actually was taken from the Lightbox in a ZBrushCore, and you also have it in ZBrush also. So if you go through your Lightbox and just go through your projects, I believe, and just take that 3D printing base mesh you have going on over there. Now what we're going to be focusing on at this stage, it's basically blocking out. So this is going to be part 1, and we're going to be doing also part 2, where we're going to be finishing up our block out and all those basic shapes that we have underneath our 3D model over there. Now what I normally do, like when I'm at this stage, it's basically not being too concerned about firstly your resolution. It must be as low as possible, and just make sure you're working actually in a very low res base mesh that you can have. Though I'm currently using Dynamesh, and also it's important to only focus on those major shapes at this stage and note those fine details. So as you can see, like, not everything is in place right now, so it's basically blocking out, just figuring out our skeleton underneath, and then those superficial muscles that we will go through one by one, hopefully in this lecture and the second part of this lecture. So as you can see, essentially I start with the skeleton underneath. As you can see, I'm underlining the skeleton, the rib cage. Here's our sternum and our clavicle as it curves over there and articulates with the chromium process of the scapula. And then I just turn my model to define the scapula at the back over there. As you can see, I'm using clay butter brush with a very large draw size, as you can see on the screen. So I'm not on full screen as yet. I just want to show you guys which brushes am I using and which technique am I using at this stage. As you can see, it's very slight, the intensity. It's not too harsh. It's just getting those major shapes in place, and then we take it from there, right there. Now I normally don't stay in one place. I just move around to see like which side is missing. So when I revisit that specific section, I can see those mistakes, or where should I fix and where should I remodify. Work on our gluteus maximus, again using the same brush, the clay butter brush with a very large draw size we have over there. Just building up those forms, not being too concerned about anything else, but then just those major shapes that we have underneath the skin. So basically what you can think of this is essentially like working on the silhouette of our figure. So the silhouette being that if you look on the top left corner over there, there's like a dark figure, like a dark representation of our figure, and then in a white background, so we can actually see those underlining marks, like those edges, the silhouette, like those shapes, without anything else. So that's how you see the silhouette. So this feature was new in ZBrush, so they added for us the thumbnail on the left top corner over there, right there. Coming in with the same brush, just making sure, so we're not going through each muscles as yet, but then just building up those forms, knowing our muscles and the anatomy. If you also have reference, you can at this stage, it's you can also use like any female you have any reference you have, like a female facing her palms like facing like towards like that anatomically correct position. You can take any image actually, and then just figure out the silhouette, look at your reference, and then at the next part of these classes that will follow after this, then we will go through each muscles one by one as we go along. So we move through each muscles, not going to deep details about each muscle, but then we will go through all these superficial muscles as we move along with this class over here. So building up my deltoid muscles, the anterior head. So basically the deltoid muscle is split to, it has 3 heads. So I'm just defining that again using the same brush once again in a ZBrushCore, just building up those forms ever so slightly. You can kind of see like my intensity, and I'm using a pen pressure, so it's kind of easy for me. I'm using a graphics tablet to draw those strokes. You can also do this with the mouse. I started with the mouse myself, and then I just do less to work more faster, and you kind of need to have your own tablet as time goes by. Working on our pectoralis major muscle, also has 3 heads. The clavicular head, the one I'm working on top over there, and then the sternal head and the abdominal head. Those are your parts, and then just using the same clear builder brush to define. Here's our mastoid process on the skull over there at the back of the cranium, mastoid process. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm working on the sternocleidomastoid, which originates from the mastoid process to the sternum and the clavicle. So that's why you saw me firstly building up that skeleton, that bone process, so I can attach or originate my muscles from. It's important to work with this workflow to be able to know, not just copying from reference, not just looking at any anatomy models and just looking at those muscles, not knowing where they come from and what they do. But then you can probably get away with not knowing the names, but then it's kind of handy if you want to remember them very, very easy. So we also emphasize that you guys, if you find time, just also try to memorize the name. Surely you cannot memorize them all at the same time, but then just take your time to like grasp one at a time if you can. So I'm working on the trapezius muscle, one of our large back muscles we have. If you touch like the back of your neck over there, that's your trapezius muscle. You can kind of palpate that. So these are the superficial muscles that we have in our body. So we're going through all of them, hopefully one by one. So I'm working on the trapezius. As you see, it originates from the back of the like there's this at the back of the skull, so at the bone which it's called the occipital bone over there, and then insert at the acromion process and the spine of the scapula, and at our vertebrae, the vertebral column, the thoracic cage there at the back. And then I'm working on the gluteal region now, just building up those forms. Again, I'm moving all over the place, just building up where I can, and then coming back to revisit where I left off. Working on our iliac crest, and just trying to find how's everything lining up, how's how's our skeleton lining up. So as you can see, like at this stage, we haven't been working with any proportions, like any measurements at this stage. But then if eventually, like as we step up the process, as we move along with our lectures and our classes, you'll see we're going to be using our heads as measurements. I believe it's luminous metrics, I believe. So it's basically the 7 heads method when you want to check your proportions at. So as our pose, it's the anatomical pose that we have. So we're going to be using our heads as measurements right here. But in case you have like a 3D model which is posed not like so you want to use another measuring technique, which we're going to be going through in our future tutorials. Or if you check our channels, we already went through those measurements, which it's measuring with the cranium of the skull. Then you have that right there. Now switching down to the lower limb, working on the patella bone, also known as the kneecap. I'm just building that up ever so slightly, and then just building up the sartorius as it attaches at the tibia bone, and then moving back up using the same brush once more, just to have those details, working on our deltoids muscle. Intensity very low, not being too concerned about anything else but then our silhouette and our blockouts that we want to achieve in this class right here. So coming in, building it up ever so slightly, just moving around our model, just turning it around, and then here we go. Now working on our trapezius muscle. So there's a lot of work to be done now at this stage. So this is the first class, so I'm sure you guys understand how pieces look like if you're not a beginner. But if you're a beginner, most people tend to give up on their pieces because it kind of takes time for your piece to make sense to you. So once you're working on the secondary forms, then you start seeing what you actually doing. But once you like doing these blockouts and then your primary forms, it kind of doesn't make any sense, or there's not that much of a motivation for you to continuing to achieve those details. So you must keep it in mind that it all starts like this, rough and dirty. So don't be afraid to move around, and don't be too precious about your pieces over there. I'm just moving with my move typological brush just to change our size. This also helps fixing our silhouettes very quickly, other than just building up those forms with the clay builder brush. So you can just grab your move typological brush. In this case, I'm using that to just make sure my forms are coming in place. Actually, my blockouts are coming in place, and this is much quicker than building up with the brushes like the standard brush or the clay builder brush. So this moves these major forms very quickly. And again, we're in low res using Dynamesh. If you see on our screen, we're still on the default resolution. So that's how you see that we still in low res, and we're not planning on increasing our resolution as yet until we finish this stage of figuring out the blockout and those major shapes underneath everything over here. Building up our latissimus dorsi, also known as the lat muscle, the largest, also one of the largest back muscles we have. So it also originates from the humerus and then inserts by the iliac crest to so that our pelvis over there. So I'm just building that up with the clay builder brush again, my draw size being very large as I come in, and my intensity very soft. You don't want to push everything too hard at the stage, as nothing is correct at the stage, but we still figuring out how's everything laying out, and how's our muscles going to react underneath over here. Moving back to our lower limb, pushing that in, our sartorius, and then working on our rectus femoris muscle, which originates from the anterior inferior superior iliac spine, and then insert at the patella. Just working on that, and then just moving back in, and then working on our tensor fascia lata. But then there's not much details. I'm just pointing to you guys so you can see my thought process while I'm building up these forms. So I'm working on the tensor fascia lata, that tiny muscle over there that helps create that silhouette. So without like merging these muscles all together, it's gonna be hard for us to find our silhouette very quickly. So that's why I'm going through each muscle, but then not going to each details as yet, but I'm just going through each muscles, just that we don't miss anything from here. Working on our gluteus maximus again, just building that up with the same brush, my favorite brush. I almost use it 90% of the time when I'm in a ZBrush. Just a bit of brush which builds up form very easily, and it makes everything looks nice at the very end. Smoothing that out a tad, so don't be afraid of anything. So I'm trying to pan myself to just working on our pectoralis muscle and our deltoid, just building those forms up ever so slightly, smoothing that out, and then working on our skull, our zygomatic, and our mandible. So it's also important to know the difference between a male skull and essentially like the male skeleton and the female skeleton, because there is a bit of a variance between those two. So it's important to know. For example, the mandible is not too pointy on the females. It's kind of like curvy. But then I believe we're gonna go through that in our lectures and in our future lectures, and then we'll just move that in using the move typological brush again to move those major forms, and then clay building up the zygomatic bone over there, and then just coming in ever so slightly, holding down Alt option on your keyboard to a Z sub, using clay builder brush, you dig in over there and where our temple latiss muscle will be lying at the side of the parietal bone of the skull. So that's what we have. Just turning our model to check our silhouette. I'll probably pose this character even more just to make sure that we have a certain position that we like at the stage, not being too fussy about that. Just just concerned about our silhouette and how's everything lying out. So I'm coming back in, building our rib cage with the clay builder brush and a rectus abdominis muscle with just smoothing that out. Those hard edges we have on our model, just smoothing that out a tad. And I hope you guys understood everything, and I'll thank you very much for your time, and I'll see you guys on the next one. So welcome to part 2. I'm Adrian from asanatomy.com, where we continue with our blockouts. So this is where we left off, I believe. I went in and smoothed out our 3D model. So I went in a bit to create those to emphasize a few of those details, but then the technique was pretty much the same, and then I just smoothed out everything to have our forms lining up like so. So the stage, it's this lecture is where we doing blockouts. So this is part 2. If you haven't watched part 1, I truly advise to go back to and watch part 1, and that you will have an understanding of how we started over here and to what like how was our 3D model looking like before this and what we have right here now. So I'll probably, like, maybe if I miss a few points here and there, you'll probably catch them on our previous class that we had, which was blockouts part 1 in ZBrushCore. Again, we in ZBrushCore 2020 over here. This pre-recorded class, which we are now working on fixing up those details. So coming in with the same brush, the clay builder brush. Now my intensity is a bit harder than the previous one that we had again. Of course, now we want to define everything that we like. We want to define those muscles as hard as we can at this stage. So I'm coming in with this clay builder brush, then as you can see, putting up my deltoid muscle, and then just coming in and smooth out those lines which are too harsh for my liking. The very nice thing about a ZBrushCore, essentially ZBrush, you can just hold on shift, probably like for most of the 3D softwares, you can just hold on shift to smooth to switch between smooth brush and your current selected brush, so you don't need to select another smooth brush, so you already have it on your keyboard, so it makes it easier for us to work more quickly. So if you're wondering how am I not selecting any brushes underneath, but then I'm changing brushes very quickly, and I'm not going at the toolbar, if you want to call it, underneath the screen. So I'm just using my keyboard. So essentially what I've done, I've assigned hotkeys. If you're not sure about how to assign hotkeys, so I truly suggest you watch our first class, I believe, the first lecture, the first 3-part lecture, which we focused on the ZBrushCore basics in ZBrush. So it's extremely for beginners. If you're unsure of how everything is working out, just revert back to our previous classes, and then you will get your assistant right there. Now it's time for doing those sketches. I'm using the Damien standard to do those sketches, those lines, which are pretty rough at this stage, just for us to have an understanding of how will our muscles be laying out. So here's our deltoid muscle, inserting at the deltoid tuberosity of the humerus, which we have over there. So, and then coming back in, just showing that, connecting those two lines, smoothing that if I can, and then just smoothing out the edges with the smooth brush, holding down shift on your keyboard, just smoothing that out, and then switch between the Damien standard again to dig up those and carving over on our model to achieve those details right there. And then just moving around Now using the Daniel standard again, I'm just gonna come in and do a quick sketch, like separating the clavicle bone, as you can see. So I'm just changing my camera. Okay, now I have my camera, grabbing my clay builder brush, just drawing up our clavicle as it curves over there. I'm sure you can see that, like almost like a S curve. Oh, sorry about that. I said okay. And then sorry about that. And then grabbing, you're still using the same brush, so you're working on the chromium process, and then just holding down Alt option on the keyboard to dig in, basically switching between Z sub and Z add. That's how you achieve that with the Alt option on your keyboard. Just smoothing that out. If it's too hard for you, just smoothing that out. Essentially what I'm doing, I'm focusing on the superficial muscles, so the and the skeleton, having that in mind. Firstly, that's how we work over here. So I'm working on the sternocleidomastoid, and then I'm done with that. I'm moving on the here's our sternum, that's our bone over there. So it's also divided into three parts, the head and the body and the xiphoid process, as I'm building that up over here. So basically it's the manubrium, and then the body, and then the xiphoid process we have underneath at the bottom, I mean. Now we have our sternum, just building up that, our sternocleidomastoid, so you can understand it more clearly. Like if you watched our previous lecture, the first part of this class, we went through how to identify that muscle and where it originates, essentially at the mastoid process, and it inserts at the clavicle and the sternum. So it's important to firstly draw your clavicle and the mastoid process and the sternum, because that's where it's going to be originating and inserting. That's what I've done over there, as you can see. And then I'm coming back with the Damian standard, just moving that in. Sorry, my camera, it's a bit off over there, so I just drew a mouse. Probably it can zoom in inside that. I'm just gonna come in, just blocking that out, just doing those cuts with the Damian standard brush. So separating our deltoid muscles into three parts, as it is actually. So be like the interior head, and the posterior head, and then coming in. So we have like a V-shaped triangle over there. So between the deltoid and the pectoralis major. So what I'm going to do, I'll have to grab my clay builder brush to dig that in, holding down Alt option on the keyboard, and just sculpt that down to show that hole that we have, so that indents. If you can kind of palpate your clavicle, and you can kind of see, kind of feel like that indent we have over there, depending on your how you built actually, but then we all have that, I believe. Now coming in and just smoothing that out, and then building up those edges. So I'm still gonna emphasize that it's just for us to know how is everything lying out. So these are just sketches at this stage, and then grabbing up my Damian standard. Here's our pectoralis muscle, the clavicular head. Just drew that line and just bringing it up, smoothing that out. So the pectoralis major has also 3 heads, which is the sternal head, the clavicular head, and the abdominal head. So we already have the one I'm building now, the clavicular head, which originates at the clavicle bone and inserts at the humerus bone. Now working on our sternal head, so I have my clay builder brush selected with a very large draw size, just coming in and building up those forms ever so slightly with my intensity very soft, just coming in and building it in, not too concerned about any details yet, but then very much concerned about the silhouette and our major forms that we must have of these muscle groups over here. So these are underlying muscle, these structures that we currently building right now will work on our advantage when we're going to be adding those fine details. So this is what we always teach at SA Anatomy. So spend more time with your primary forms and those major shapes right there, and spend less time with the fine details. So if you spend more time with these major shapes and forms, you won't have any trouble when you're going to be doing those fine details, and you will actually see when we're going to be doing those fine details, it's going to be very easy. But the primary forms take time, and the secondary forms also, so they consume a lot of your time and energy. So once you pass through that, it's going to be easy for us to just add those fine details, and then we have our piece right there. Here's our abdominal head, the smallest one underneath, and I'm just creating that separation of these 3 muscles, actually 1 muscle but then divided into 3, smoothing that out a tad, and then building up those forms with my clay builder brush. Smooth that out and just move and building up where I can around those lines. Oh, that's too harsh. Around those lines that I recently drew. That's how we do it over there. So just having that in place. Let's see, just moving around our model to have an understanding of where we are and where we're supposed to be. Moving back to the back, just checking that out. Again, don't be discouraged at your sculpts at this stage, so they won't be making any sense. If you're following along with your own 3D models, they won't be making any sense. But eventually, like as time goes by, you'll see how we will achieve that anatomy figure in ZBrushCore that you saw on the thumbnail or on our website or on our store. So that's what we're teaching over here. This is exclusive. You hardly find these tutorials, people showing you what they sell, and so let's help you guys if you wanna join this route over here. I'm just coming in with the Damian standard and just building up my deltoid muscle, which originates from the spine of the scapula, yes, and then I'm just gonna come in with that brush to create those details right there. So checking my measurements, they're not too precise at this stage. I'm just looking how will I redefine it. So I'm looking how my scapula will be underneath all these muscles. So I'm just working on that, and then once I have that, I'm working on the latissimus dorsi muscle, also known as the lat. As you can see, I'm drawing around that to create that around like so. So that's how pretty much the shape of that muscle should be. And then here's our clavicle, our scapula, and then here's our trapezius muscle. So if you find me missing like mixing those names together, it's probably my mind just mixes them up. Surely if you also like experience with this, you probably like mix up some of these words, but then you actually like know what where should be. And then here's our separating our inverse spinatus and the teres major. So I'm also going to be having my rhomboideus muscle, so rhomboideus major muscle, and then I'm just smoothing that out. And I have my teres minor over there, just trying to draw that sketch, just adding those details that we have right there, just moving that in. Just checking our models and then grabbing my clay builder brush, draw size very large, and just coming and building up our lats over there like so, ever so slightly coming in. If you want to smooth out, just smooth out very soft, but don't be too concerned about smoothing out at this stage. It's basically drawing these lines and coming to an understanding. I'm just gonna hide my arms, hold down shift control and alt or option on your keyboard and drag select like so. If you want to know about these basics, please watch our previous lectures, our first lecture in Introduction to ZBrushCore, where we go through the interface and the features that it has in each menu. Now coming in, just digging that in, holding an alt option on your keyboard, and then just building up those forms. Now we have the advantage as we have removed our arms, which we couldn't see underneath. Now we have this advantage over here, and then just coming in and smoothing that out with my smooth brush and building up those forms where I want it to be. Smoothing that out a tad, building that up again, smooth that up. As you can see, like my draw size is very large, and it kind of helps me to build forms very quickly, and it creates those lines that I think you guys can see them. After you've done your smoothing out, you'll see those lines it creates underneath over there. So grabbing that, clay with a brush, so if it doesn't make sense at this stage, don't give up, just keep on pressing and pushing where everything eventually will make sense. So don't worry, it's kind of normal for everyone to experience this. So let's continue with this tutorial. So underneath the lat, the lat has a small sheet, and so I'm trying to show those erector spinae underneath the lat muscle. Those are the deep muscles, not too deep, but then they underneath the latissimus dorsi muscle. So I'm just creating that underneath. I'll probably emphasize it when we continuing with this with our classes over here. And if you're wondering my resolution, did we increase the resolution? Yes, we increased the resolution a tad, but not too much. I believe cause to achieve these lines now, because we're moving ahead from what we were doing on our previous classes, because we want to achieve these details now and draw these lines with the Damian standard. We needed more resolution for this case over here, but I strongly advise to stay in one resolution, holding down Alt option to switch between that and then just smoothing that out. Still using my Damien standard, surprisingly. I'm just holding on to that and just want to draw my lat where it comes from, where it is going, so joining out those lines, and then probably fix that a bit, but then at this stage I believe this works, and just coming in, smoothing that out a bit, a tad actually, just making sure everything is correct right there. Smoothing that out, grabbing my Damien standard again as our iliac, making sure I'm at the right location, which I doubt I am. But that's an easy fix because we haven't been working, we haven't done those proportions as yet, but that's an easy fix because we're still in low resolution, so we can move our models to suit our measuring technique that we will go through eventually with you guys. Coming in with the Damien standard with a very large draw size, as you can see on the screen. I'm just coming in, taking that in, our pelvis region over there. There's our pelvis bone. There's our iliac crest. Just turn our model around just to see that how it curves. We just need to see that it curves, and then that's that over there. Putting up our obliques muscle, and then creating that line to create that illusion that it's actually a skeleton underneath, actually a bone, I mean. So having that in place kind of helps us to know our underlying bones underneath the muscles, so we know where we inserting our muscles, or where our muscles originate actually. So that's that for you guys. Now I'm just gonna check my model over here. Like I just want to work on the just refreshing that. So essentially working, there's our rectus abdominis muscle, 6-pack or 8-pack, whatever you want to call it. So that's the rectus abdominis that I'm drawing around over there, using the move topological brush to move the line stroke I just drew. You see how easy it is to also redefine those lines with the move topological brush. It's kind of easy for anyone to achieve those details. So I'm just gonna redefine our rectus abdominis muscle, making sure everything is anatomically correct, right, like so. As you can see, I'm first doing those sketch, drawing those lines, and just checking if everything is lining up anatomically correct as we need it to be. Doing that midline that moves at the center of everything, and then I think I'll leave it like so. Just coming in and building that up, just slicing that in, and using the Damien standard again to create those lines going on over there, and coming in with the smooth brush to smooth those hard edges that we have on our model or piece. Just gonna come in like so, using the clay butter brush and just building up those forms, making sure our shapes are in place. working on our abdominal head, the pectoris major, and here's our some of our ribs. So I'm just trying to figure out how will our rib cage be lining up, because without knowing your skeleton, I suggest you guys you make sure you study the skeleton also. It is very, very important. Now working on our serratus anterior, you can see that I'm just sketching at this stage. So as it inserts on the rib cage, I'm just working on that muscle we have on the side. You can also kind of palpate it when you touch yourself under the armpits, and then just touch yourself over there, depending how muscular you are. But then we have that over there, and then here's our external obliques muscle. As you can see, I'm creating that with the clay butter brush, ever so slightly, with a very, very large door size to achieve that very, very quickly. That's how we work right here. Just smoothing that in, just coming in. Ever so slightly. Okay, just moving that in, building up those forms, as you can see. And then building up those forms around those lines we drew. So it's important to know this technique. First do your sketches and then your muscle sketches. Now you know, when you're building up forms, you actually have the anatomy as your guide. So these lines work as our own guides, essentially guiding us to not be lost when we are sculpting the anatomy. That's how we work right here. So that's pretty much our technique, and then it's just coming in again, building up those forms like so, smoothing that out, and then building up those forms, just coming in like so, just like so, with our clay butter brush. Essentially we're having those primary shapes going on right now. I can kind of see our torso going somewhere, so it's important to imagine it in your mind, and it can kind of be easy for you to start sculpting this. So as you can see, our rib cage needs a lot of fixing, but we will go through that as time goes by. So firstly, let's fix this, our pectoris major, bring up those forms with the and then doing those cuts and separations with the Damian standard, and smoothing that out where I can, ever so slightly again, just coming in like so, and then just coming in, smooth that out, move back in on our rib cage and our abdominis muscle, just come in like so. So moving towards the back, we have a bone protruding over there, which almost known as the C7 cervical vertebrae. Oh, got stuck there for a second with these names. Essentially a C7 cervical vertebrae. That's what the name stands for. So coming in like so and just moving in, turning our model around, working anteriorly and posteriorly very quickly, and that's how we would do things right here. So just coming in, switching between Z add and Z sub, and just smoothing those hard edges, which I'm not completely satisfied with them at this stage, right? So like right now, just coming in, building that up. Like when you're doing your brush strokes, have your muscle striations in mind. That's just a quick tip, cause it's gonna help when you doing those fine details. You won't have a lot of work to do, cause everything will be already in place. So it kind of takes time and boring, but then just make sure you have that. Now here's our trapezius muscle, back neck muscle. Just coming in, building that up with our Damian standard. Yeah, we have it over there where it originates, I believe. As you can see, where I told you guys, at that protuberance we have at the back of the occipital bone, that's where it originates actually. It's a very large muscle also we have on most superiorly. Okay, and then that's that. Moving down, just coming in with the Damian standard. Just coming in there. Here's our gluteus maximus. Using the Damian standard again, just switching between the Damian standard and the clay butter brush. Ever so slightly, just coming in with that brush to create that effect that we were looking for. Just drawing those lines. Figuring out how is everything lining up. Insert at the tibial band, which you see I'm trying to emphasize there, and the glute. Gluteus medius, iliotibial band, and the tensor fascia latae. Oh yes, the tensor fascia latae. Just carving that in. Ever so slightly, just carving it in, and then I'm gonna grab. If you could get that, and then there's your iliotibial band again. Just coming in, carving that in. Takes time, but then just with patience and perseverance, you will be able to go through each and every muscle and bone after you study your anatomy, and it will make sense eventually. Like when I started, I was like, how am I going to grasp all of these muscles which are all over my face? I'm not pro as yet, and I'm still studying, but then it's all about practice. It's all about not cheating, but then make sure you do things the hard way sometimes, and also you must work very, very smart. So I have my torso going on now. I'm just gonna find that muscle that curves. That's sartorius muscle. Here am I drawing it over there. The sartorius muscle. Just coming in. Here's our abductor muscle. We're still gonna fix that, so don't be too concerned about how's everything. It's not super high resolution, or the forms are not that perfect, so we're still gonna fix this. Just coming in with the clay butter brush, and then building that up with the Z add. Just coming in like so. Then just move that in. Just coming in. Just ever so slightly. Carving that in again. And you can kind of see how low res we are at this stage, and essentially we can also still achieve those details even if we at this this resolution as we are at this stage. There's also sartorius muscle inserting at the tibia, and then next muscle, just coming in with the Daniel standard. Now it's time to work separating that with the rectus femoris, originating from the anterior inferior iliac spine, and then it inserts at the patella bone that you guys will see at this stage. Spin up those forms around those lines. Essentially, again, it's the same technique that we have been working for over the years. Actually, that's how it works there. Checking our models where we can, just making sure everything is lining up, and come back in on our adductor muscles to build you guys here we go now. So in order for you to know where to do your cuts, you need to do your measurements first, because you need to know where the patella is sitting and where the just coming back in. Here's our vastus medialis. I'm using the clay butter brush to build up that muscle, almost like a teardrop muscle. Just building that up, the rectus femoris, the head being divided, as you can see. Just coming back in. Clay butter brush, building on up around those lines ever so slightly. I'm very impressed with how we do things right now. So if you take this technique, you will see like how things will be very easy for you guys also. And then I'm just moving around our model to check if everything is lining up. So we have our gluteal muscles. So essentially the gluteus maximus and the gluteus medius. Maximus as it is the largest muscle of the bum over there, the gluteal region. Now what I'm going to work on the hamstrings to our back leg muscles. We have the biceps femoris. It has two heads, as the name suggests, biceps. So not to be confused with the biceps brachii, which is on the upper limb, but then this is on the lower limb, the biceps femoris, which has two heads over there. Here's our patella bone, and then our patella ligament, which we have going on right there. Just moving that in place, just making sure everything aligns very closely. Just checking our model also. Our model also at the front. So essentially what I'm doing those rough sketches, those lines, me carving over my mesh, and then around those lines I'm using the clay butter brush to build up the forms where needs be. Then coming back in, not working in one place again, just moving in and out. Carving that in like so, smoothing that out. Smoothing that out again. Or deltoid, I have to fix that, but when we have time we'll fix that. When we will be doing those secondary and those primary forms, we're gonna be fixing that. Smooth around our model. I have my Damian standard with a very large draw size. I'm just gonna correct that if I can. So saving out our model. So make sure you save before anything bad happens to your project files. So just make sure you guys save before anything else, like regularly. So you can also set your quick save in your preferences panel, and just set your quick save, I believe, in a minute. So separating our gastrocnemius, and underneath that we will have our soleus muscle, and then which inserts at the Achilles tendon. As you'll see, I'm drawing these sketches. Here's our Achilles tendon, And here's our muscles. Just holding down with the Damian standard, just drawing out those lines. Again, these are just sketches, so don't be afraid to ruin everything at this stage, because these are not fine details. So you can still come in and smooth out your 3D models if you wanna. Just here's our soleus muscle underneath the gastrocnemius muscle. Insert underneath the Hercules tendon over there. So underlining our tibia bone, as you can see, and just emphasizing that if we can. I'll probably also change the proportion of the legs once I'm happy with everything with the forms. Then I'll probably move up and down my model to get that pose that I'm very happy to achieve. But at this stage, let's just focus on those muscles and those primary forms that we started with just now. So finishing my sketches, here's our vastus lateralis, which curves and moves underneath the iliotibial band, and then just moving that in, holding down Control Shift and clicking on the canvas, you can unhide all. So looking at the proportions, the overall proportions, which we need to fix, like so. Building up our trapezius muscle and smoothing that out. So we almost done with our lecture. So I truly hope you guys have at least the basic understanding of how to do your blockouts. Watching our previous class, the first class there we had part 1. Now this part 2, almost coming to an end. Using the move topological brush again to make sure our silhouette is in a place right there, and not too happy with the rib cage, which we will fix eventually as time goes by right on. So if you guys have any questions, if you're unsure with anything, like this section, I didn't speed it up as we need to understand everything step by step, so it took some time, but then I hope you guys have at least a basic understanding of how everything will be lining up right, like this. So this is we're coming towards the end of our first part lecture of sculpting a female anatomy figure in a ZBrushCore 2020, essentially an Ecorche 3D model, also known as that, which it's very hard to find any class or any course teaching that, so we decided to share that for free. But then now these are paid courses, so going in depth with everything, and you guys might have an understanding. So if you have any questions or any suggestions, don't hesitate but to contact me at SA Anatomy, or pop me a message over here, and then I'll be more than willing to assist you guys where I can. So let's continue and finish and go to the second section. So it's Edwin from SAanatomy.com, and I'll see you good people on the next one. Okay, now let's work on our primary forms on our face. shoot our skull and our muscles over there. Again, I'm Adrian from sanatomy.com. Welcome to this lecture. I hope you guys are not skipping anything. Like, if you want the basics, just visit our first lectures where we go through the entire interface, the ZBrush shortcuts, and all the goodies. And yeah, of course, as you can see, I'm kind of on full screen, so you won't see me switching between those brushes and which brushes am I currently using. But then I'll just show you guys using the move topological to fix my forms, my primary forms, just making sure everything is in place before we jump into those fine details, which we all can't wait to. So actually, what I teach all the time, it's spending more time with those primary forms and those secondary shapes. It's the stage where you want to give it your all. Like, there's this timesheet we created, like, on our blog, on our website. It's like a very rough worksheet that we go through. Like if you can spend, like, let's say probably like 8 hours doing those primary forms, and then probably like 7 hours on secondary forms, and then on fine detail you can probably like spend 3 hours. Of course, everything is going to be very easy for you if you spent a lot of time in primary forms, so fixing those shapes. As you can see, not everything is in place right now. It's for us to just come in and moving that. So the move topological brush is being used a lot over here. As you can see, I'm moving my shape, looking at the silhouette, just making sure our lips are fine, just making sure our forms are in place before we jump into those fine details. So, and again, I'm using clay putter brush with the very large brush also, and then switching back to the move topological brush again. As you can see, I also have symmetry turned on. Like in this stage, you need to have symmetry, at least if you trust yourself, if you want to work smarter or quicker. But if you're doing like dynamic poses and then you stuck with no symmetry. But in this case, everything is symmetrical right now, 100% symmetrical at this stage at least. Just moving those muscles in place again, zooming out to see if everything is in place, and then just making sure. So I turned on our body mesh also, as I'm jumping up and down everything. So if I see like my brain, it's a bit tired in looking at one position. I believe like at one like space. So I just switch to the other sub tools, and then just look at that and start working on that. So using Demian standard again, just coming into building, like carving in those lines with Demian standard. So those are muscle striations of our pectoralis, major muscles, divided into 3 parts: the clavicular head, the sternal head, and the abdominal head. So the abdominal head is the bottom one, which kind of, the name tells you that it's from the abdominal muscles, like the ear insertion, and then the sternal head from the sternum, and then the clavicular head from the clavicles. And then building up those serratus anterior muscles over there using the Demian standard. I'm just trying to trick those muscle striations. As you guys know, those muscles, those pectoralis, major muscles, they both 3 of them twist. So then the one on top, so the one that originates from the highest position inserts at the lowest position, and vice versa. That's how to remember it. So how it twists when it inserts at the humerus bone. And then again, using the Demian standard again, creating those serratus anterior, how it joins with the external oblique muscle, and then using my Demian standard and then my standard brush just to create that on our latissimus dorsi muscle, so also known as the lat. So I hide like our arms so we can work on the body, at least like see everything in place, which it can be kind of easy for us. can see I'm just coming in, carving that in with the Demian standard, then turning our model to C. This won't be visible, but then as this is an anatomy study, by the way, so we just wanna make sure that everything is okay. We just wanna make sure that we understand our origins and insertions. We don't want to trick ourselves to just copying what we see, but then we want to know. So if you guys like are watching this, if you purchase this course just to that you want to know your anatomy to be a character artist, you also need these fundamentals. But if you want to go deep with the anatomy also, you kind of need to dive deep a lot with the origins, insertions, and muscle names and stuff. Building up those forms with the clay tubes. It's also known, so it's the clay builder brush I'm using now, and I'm building up those forms with that. And then my brush size, it's quite big because I just want to make sure that I fit that specific location. So serratus anterior muscles, the ones that insert with the rib cage, so you can kind of like track where's your rib cage if you can see the serratus anterior muscle. So it originates from the scapula and insert at the rib cage. So from rib 1 to, I believe, the bottom rib over there. So next, I'm moving in with my move topological brush, fixing my rectus abdominis muscles, so known as a 6-pack, 8-pack, whatever you want to call it, and just coming in again with that clay builder brush ever so slightly. Make sure you dial down your intensity. As you can see, I'm kind of getting that effect. Yeah, that's too harsh. Just coming in, fixing that. So I'm creating those secondary fine shapes, secondary forms actually, because now I'm also adding those kind of fine details, but then I'm also gonna smooth that out a bit because we're not working on those micro details at this stage. It's just getting our secondary shapes in place. When we're gonna be like adding our fine details, it's gonna be easy for us to finish everything in place. Working on our sternum, so that's our bone over there. So I'm kind of creating like that that illusion that it's kind of like covered with the fascia, so you can kind of see it over there. You guys will probably see it on our last lecture when we want to be adding those fine details in our entire body. So it's divided into parts. Just don't skip to the fine details as yet. Make sure you watch these secondary shapes tutorials, these classes, and those primary shape classes. Using the same brush, it's the move topological brush, Demian standard, and then the clay builder brush. I'm sure you guys are kind of fed up now. I'm also repeating myself again, but then I just want you guys to know, because I'm on full screen and you can't see any brushes I'm switching between. Again, I'm using the keyboard shortcuts. I've assigned keyboard shortcuts. I showed you guys on our previous lecture. If you go back to our interface lecture, you can kind of see and know how to assign your own shortcuts. If you have any questions, don't hesitate. Just hit me with a message, and then I'll assist you guys where I can. So moving in rectus abdominis again, just creating that that separation with the move with the clay builder brush. Sorry, zooming out, because the silhouette is also a very important part to know. It's something that's very important that can sell your piece a lot. So that's why you normally see me like zooming back out and then zooming back in, because I'm kind of too fussy with the silhouette. I'm checking my measurements again, once and again, but then we'll also recheck our measurements once we're done with our secondary shapes, hopefully. So as you can see, I'm checking my silhouettes, just making sure everything is in a place, and coming back with our Damian standard. Our brush is very large right now. That's the brush size, as I want to dig in that very deep. So separating our teres major with the latissimus dorsi muscle, also known as a lat, and building our teres major muscle. So teres as in round, that what the name means actually. So I'm creating that almost round shape on it, and our latissimus dorsi muscle, I'm using the clay putter brush, making sure that on top, like where it originates, it kind of thick on top, and then at the bottom there, where it inserts at the iliac, bone, it's kind of thin, so it kind of seems like a fascia, like at the bottom, but then on top it's quite large. So just make sure you have that on your guys' model. So I have to fix this. As you see, it's moving straight down. That's not how our serratus muscles are. So I'm grabbing my Damian standard, I smooth everything out. So like on top, on top where I'm working on now, it needs to shrink in, like it's kind of hiding. So it's kind of create that that shape that it's going around to our scapula. So just make sure that it's not like a straight line when you're looking lateral, like when you're looking straight on the side. It mustn't go like straight down our serratus anterior. That's the muscle I'm talking about right now. It must like do like that curve. Make sure you have that curve as those muscle curve on the rib cage. Again, I'm using the moving down the latissimus dorsi at the more distally. So that's where they kind of insert at the rib cage, also like tucking in over there. I was creating that with the Damian standard brush, and then you see I'm zooming in. My brush size is a bit large. I just want to dig in very deep, and then just making sure everything is smooth over there. So this is going to be hidden, and like if you remove those arms, you will be seeing this. So I'm kind of, so what I'm doing now is I'm just digging in with the clay butter brush. So holding down Alt or Option on your keyboard to switch in between Z add and Z sub. Those are the ZBrush basics anyway, but I'm just going through that if you guys missed that. And I'm working on the pectoralis major muscle and our serratus anterior muscle. As you know, they also insert first on the first rib and then move down. So I'm trying to create that illusion over there, because this is like a single mesh, so we don't have separate parts. So it's very important to have that in mind. Like if you creating like these assets for clients, or you're creating these assets for like anatomy study for anyone, it's very important that if you want people to trust your models, it's important to make sure that you test your models with professionals, with cadaver, spending more time, even with books if you want to. Make sure that everything is anatomically correct. Make sure, like, as a single mesh, make sure that you know where you're sending your muscles. Like when you're drawing those lines, when you creating those striations, make sure you understand where those muscles are going to insert, or where those muscles originate. So that's very important. And then I'm at the back now, more posterior. I'm working on the rhomboideus muscle, digging in there with the clay butter brush, and smoothing that out because our topology is not that perfect. So what I do is I dig in and then I dynamesh, because we still have dynamesh turned on. So I create those holes and then I dynamesh to fix our topology, and then I smooth where I can, and then moving that with my move topological brush, smoothing that in place. So we're not in high res. Make sure you're not working on high res until you have all your secondary shapes in place. It's gonna make you work very faster than ever. So make sure you have that. Coming in, we're working on our neck now, sternocleidomastoid muscle, smoothing that out. So I'm working on digging that in. Just undo that using my standard brush, just making sure everything is in place. So here's our sternocleidomastoid, inserting at the clavicle and the sternum, just making sure that's anatomically correct. And then I'm just using the same technique, just digging in with Z sub using the clay builder brush, but then so the torso. Welcome to this lecture. It's Adrian from mesaanatomy.com, and I would like to welcome you guys on this class. Actually, we're going to be working on the primary forms. So we're going to divide this into 3 parts, I believe. So we're going to focus on each part separately, like the arms, the torso, and the legs, and the head separately on each class right here. Now what we're going to be working on primarily, it's going to be the torso, which we're going to start with in any second. So as you know by now that I don't stay in one place, I kind of move around the 3D model, which helps me to pick up those mistakes and to troubleshoot those parts that I didn't go through. So I normally do that to keep track of my model. Just spin around my model, don't stay in one place if you can. So currently I'm using the Damian standard to come between those lines and just create those lines where I can. Nothing fancy, and we're not moving into details as yet. As you can see, we in low, our model is very low res right now, and we're still using dynamesh. So we strongly suggest, when you're going to be adding those fine details, when you're going to be like working on the last stage of your model, it's important to use those subdivisions in ZBrush. We also have subdivisions in ZBrushCore, so just use those subdivisions so you can actually switch between the lowest and highest subdivisions, and also have the ability to move your major shapes. Right, so now what I'm doing before we add those lines and our sketches, I'm just using the move topological brush to correct my forms and shape of the torso and our arm. I'm just using that to move. In case you're wondering, again, I'm just going to repeat myself in case you guys skipped a lecture. I'm on full screen right now, so essentially what I've done, I've hit tab on the keyboard to view ZBrush in full screen, so I can close like the menus and the palettes and the brushes, because I'm not currently using them. How I'm working to switch between these brushes, I've assigned hotkeys on each brush actually. So in case you're wondering like how to assign your own hotkeys and on your brushes to customize your interface in ZBrushCore, please revert back to our previous lectures on this class over here, like on our previous lectures on this course. Actually, I believe it's one of those first 3 lectures. So it's the interface and the introduction to ZBrushCore, there where you will find those classes right there. Now what I'm doing now, I'm using the clay builder brush to come and dig in. So to switch between Z sub and Z add, you can kind of hit your auto option on your keyboard to switch between Z sub and Z add. Essentially I'm using the same technique. I'm digging in, carving in, and then just using dynamesh. As you can see, when I when I drag on the canvas, the empty canvas, that's where I'm dynameshing my mesh. So dynamesh, it's actually remeshing your polygons, sorry, so you can have a nice clean flow while you still sculpting, while you still blocking out your detail, while you still blocking out your forms, if I may say. So I'm just coming in right there. I just wanna masking that out, creating that polygroup with Control or Command W, and then I can have a single selection if I want to separate that. As you can see, I'm just building up those forms, working on our latissimus dorsi, as it's kind of thick on the top over there, so just make sure you have a thick muscle, the lat muscle. I'm using the same technique again, with my draw size very small, just moving that in and dynamesh, and then dig in, dynamesh, carve that in, and then dynamesh very quickly. Just get used to that technique. If you want to use a different one, it's fine, but this is what we normally do over here. Dynamesh and then smooth out to get our clean topology right there. Now I'm just gonna also smooth that out ever so slightly, so just coming in, building that up, and with my clay builder brush, working on our latissimus dorsi, also known as the lat, one of our large back muscles we have. So it originates, if you say, originates from the humerus bone. So that's why you see it flowing over there as it curves, and then it inserts at the crest, the pelvis bone. Essentially, now switching to my reference, I'm just gonna, as you see, we drew those lines and we still have them, the rib cage. So it's important to, if you know nothing about the skeleton, I suggest you at least study those bones, like look at like diagrams, or if you have your own skeleton you purchase, just look at those diagrams and know which how is the skeleton looking like, at least underneath the skin, because you're gonna have problems when you're gonna be doing your Ecorche models. So if you're doing this just for fun, just for personal study, then that's fine. But then if you want to start like if you want to get like a job, or if you want to start your own anatomy models company and stuff, you kind of need to know a little more about the anatomy, and you need to know a lot actually in order to help people. If you want to teach people also, you need to dive in more deep with the anatomy. As you see, I'm kind of underlining my skeleton, nothing too precise as yet. It's just for us to have an understanding of the rib cage underneath that we have going on over there, before we can add those muscles, our external obliques and the serratus anterior, as they insert on each rib. So it's important to just come in with, now as you see, I'm coming in with the Damian standard, drawing those lines of the serratus anterior as they insert in each rib right there, as you can see. So you saw how I started with the rib cage first, and then now I'm working on the muscles that insert on each rib, which is the serratus anterior, which originates from the scapula at the back, and then it inserts on each rib cage from the first rib. Just moving up and down, just checking how our forms are looking like, remembering that we in 3D, we can't be stuck into one position. We need to move around our models to check our proportions and shapes in each view if we can. So I'm just tracing those lines with the Damian standard, nothing too precise as yet. I'm trying. So these lines actually serve as guides actually to guide us on when we're going to be building those forms. We know where to work around. Like if you're doing sketching, it's been long since I've sketched before, so I'm kind of a bit rusty. But then when I used to sketch, there's this technique we always use, and I think most artists use it, to use those faint lines first before you use those hard lines. So it's kind of the same thing here in ZBrush. So you're using your carving brush, any brush you want to use. Just as you see, I'm creating those lines because it's easy for me to just erase those lines without me disturbing any forms. But if I build the forms first, everything will just be bubbly. So as you see, I'm creating those lines from the sternum and from the clavicle, and inserting at the humerus. So working on our pectoralis major muscle, we're going to ignore the pectoralis minor as it's not visible. It's underneath the pectoralis major, so it's divided into 3 parts. As you see, I'm working on the abdominal head, if you want to call it, and then you be working on the, as you see over here, I'm putting up the forms around those lines with the clay butter brush, using the same technique, working on the sternal head, as the name suggests. So it's originating from the sternum. As you see, I'm building up the form around those lines. I'm not going over the lines, I'm going around those lines to build up those forms right there. And now we're working on the clavicular head, as the name suggests. It originates from the clavicle bone of the skeleton and then inserts at the humerus bone right there. Now after I've done building up those forms, as you can see how easy it is to just come in first with those lines, because you have something precise, you have all your sketches right there going on, and everything is just flowing, everything is just going really smooth. So I'm just gonna come in and just carve that with my Damien standard. I'm moving now to our next muscle, which is the sternocleidomastoid. If you want to call it the sternocleidomastoideus, it's fine, it's also called that. And then I'm just moving that in and just carving that in, just emphasizing those shapes. Coming back into our torso, just moving that in, and just using my clay butter brush now. So working on the fascia, the external obliques, and then I'm just gonna grab my Damien standard to work on our rectus abdominis muscles, as you can see right there. I'm just doing those sketches again first before I add any forms, so I can know that I'm having those precise shapes right there. Just carving that in, building up those forms. Now as we have our basic sketching, those lines which serves as guide, not going over them, just make sure you don't go over them, you just go in between them, so you can have those lines as guides for the future, as we're going to be doing our secondary shapes and then our fine details. We might also still change this, as with our move topological brush, if we're unhappy with the shapes or the measurements, as we're going to be checking proportions also. So just make sure you still have those lines and you don't smooth out anything as yet. Just make sure if you're using the smooth brush, don't smooth a lot, just make it so soft, because we're still in the primary forms on the torso. So that's how we do over here. So we're gonna have like a separate class when we're gonna be focusing on the arms. Now let's just focus on the torso right there. I'm just grabbing some water. So as you can see, I'm still trying to figure out okay, that's the clay butter brush, looking at my cartilage, and I'm trying to create that fascia feel to it, and as I'm trying to make sure that it feels like there is actually the external obliques covering the rectus abdominis muscle and our rib cage and all the obliques muscle underneath, as you see over here. I'm just coming in right there with the clay builder brush, just making sure everything is precise. I'm just gonna come in like so. You can see I'm moving around, drawing the arms now at this stage, and then just making sure I have those lines at least with the Damien standard again. Just carving that in. Again, we're working our torso. These lines are still rough, so as you can see, it's all about doing those sketches. If you have like diagrams or if you have our 3D models as reference, it's going to be easy for you guys just to look at the reference, and then you can carve that. Whether which reference you're using, it's entirely up to you guys. So we also have these assets on our website if you want to use these assets as a reference, which we truly we truly advise you guys to have some of these. Just moving that in with the just smoothing out. As you see, it's very easy for me to just come in and smooth that out, because it's actually lines by the stage and there's no forms going on. It's just for us to find those lines underneath. Promise you guys this will be a torso tutorial class, I mean, and this section, but then it's all about me being obsessed, not staying in one place. As you can see, if I see like a position and I just jump into it, cause like when you see like a mistake, don't ignore it, cause you will end up forgetting you saw it, as you know how our mind is. So if you see like there's something that needs fixing, whether it's on which certain part of the body, just make sure you jump into that before you continue anything, because you'll end up not seeing it at all. So that's what I'm doing over here, just switching between the part of the body and just making sure that I'm fixing those mistakes where I can, and just coming in with the Damien standard, creating those carved lines just for us, those lines to guide us when we're going to be adding those forms on top. Around those lines again, as you see, it's very easy for me to smooth that out, still trying to define how the brachialis muscle going to be it's going to be laying out, and our brachialis muscle and our bicep muscle and the skeletons underneath, the bones underneath, I mean. And then just working on the pectoralis major again, just jumping between those two muscles and just moving around our model. Again, I'm checking the silhouette. Sorry for spinning around the model so hard. I'm just checking the silhouette and making sure everything still reads well, still reads like a female actually, and that's very important to help sell your piece. Working on the trapezius muscle, the triceps, I mean, the triceps muscle, as it has 3 heads, and I'm just gonna dig in with the clay builder brush and then dig in and dynamish, come in there and dynamish to fix the topology. As you see, I'm dynamishing and just coming in, separating the deltoid muscle and the rest of the infraspinatus, the teres minor, and the triceps muscle. That's how we do it right there. So I'm just using the move topological brush, and then just coming in there ever so slightly, smoothing that out. As you see, we had a very hard topology there, just fixing the topology, which is very important. Just gonna come in right there, smoothing that out, carving that in, just smoothing that in like so. And then here am I just creating those lines with the Damien standard. Here's our teres major muscle as it goes underneath the video head of the tricep muscle, and here's our teres minor, and I'm just carving those lines, moving that with the topological brush, sorry. And then you see how easy it is to move these major shapes. If you have less resolution on your models, it's kind of easy for us to come and redefine those details right there. Just coming and moving that close to each other. I'll probably use a pinch brush to just make sure, but at this stage we're not too really concerned about that. So the teres minor goes on top of that head of the triceps, and then the teres major goes underneath that head, so you must never forget that. As you see, I'm creating that illusion that this head, it's going underneath the teres minor, but then above the teres major. I hope that makes sense. If not, please pause the video or just look at your reference and just revert back to this right here. Just watch it all over again, as you have unlimited access. Just moving to bring up those forms of the trapezes, just building that up now with the clay butter brush, ever so slightly, just coming in like so, and then just moving that in, just carving that in place. Just gonna carve that. You can see Dynamesh. I'm moving very quick. I'm just using the auto option on your keyboard and just digging that in, just carving that in with the clay butter brush, and then using the Dynamesh when you drag on the canvas, the anti-canvas on your screen. Now I'm building up those forms to make sure that it's actually flowing, like it's actually inserting, like it's actually going to insert at the humerus bone, and it's actually going underneath the deltoid muscles, the infraspinatus, I mean. Now I'm just building that up, just making sure everything is straight, and I'll probably drag the deltoid a bit underneath when we're done with when we've turned off Dynamesh. So if you make your model, your meshes too close to each other, if you Dynamesh can actually pick that up and try to close those holes. So just make sure that you kind of move these closer to each other once you're done with the Dynamesh option. As you see, I'm digging that in because I want to separate the triceps, the trapezius, sorry, oh, confusing myself with these names now. And then I'm just going to separate the scapula over here with my clay butter brush. Let me grab some water. Yeah. Creating that illusion, and I'm going to be adding the rhomboideus major muscle. Rhomboideus muscle, I'm just gonna try have it there also. System is a bit laggy. I'm just gonna smooth that out and Dynamesh, and then I need to build up those forms right there, just showing the rhomboideus muscle attaching also at the scapula. As you can see, I'm just gonna move that with a topological brush, the trapezius muscle. Just gonna shift back. I'm just moving that a tad. Just make sure you don't move it too much, as I made a mistake here to move it very, very closely. So if I Dynamesh, it's gonna try to close those holes. So make sure if you're doing that, you don't move it too much, please. Covering that in, and then bring those forms, the trapezius muscle, as it inserts at our vertebrae over there. Gonna move that in, I'm gonna carve that in. Again, moving in all around here, building up my terrace minor, and then just picking up where I can with the move topological brush, just moving that in place. Probably smooth that out to make sure there's no hard edge. So this was too high, too close to the deltoid muscle. That's why I ended up ruining everything with the Dynamesh option, as it's going to try to merge those two together, which is something we don't want. We want that kind of illusion, so we can have that ambient occlusion or that shadow that shows how these muscles of the scapula actually go underneath the deltoid muscle to insert at the head of the humerus. That's what we're trying to create over there. Coming in with the building the lat muscle, the latissimus dorsi. Just coming in there with the Demian standard. Just making sure I build that in. As you can see, we almost done with the torso, so we're working more posterior now, fixing the trapezius muscle. Spreading up those forms ever so slightly. It's coming in with a clay builder brush, and then I'm just going to move that with the move topological brush, like so, and then align that in place. And then let me just grab that Damian standard to create the separation between those three muscles, which the deltoid muscle, and I'm just going to save that for us and just create that anterior head and the lateral head, the posterior head that we have there on our muscles. Coming in with the Damian standard once again, and I'm just coming in on the side, and I'm just going to build up those forms like so. Just coming in like so, moving that in, just going to come in like so, and then let me just grab some water. Yeah, just moving that, as you can see over there. Just moving that in, just building up those forms. Just building that up. If your forms are too harsh, you can just hold on on your keyboard. As you see what we were talking about earlier, you see I made that mistake. Now it's trying to merge those two together, so now I need to separate these two. So what I can do, I just created those new polygroup, so you actually mask that line that connects those two, and then I created a polygroup, and then what I can do, I can say hide that selected polygroup and just say delete hidden, and then you will be left with this hole that you can close with Dynamesh. What you can do is just make sure these are not close to each other. As you see, I'm trying to move that with the move topological brush and smoothing that out to make sure that it's not close anymore. If I re-Dynamesh now, it has to just close the hole and not try to join those two together. You see, it's actually joining them together now, so I need to try and move that down a tad. As you can see, I've trying to move that with the move topological brush, so I'm almost there. Just need to move that even more, as you can see right there. So just make sure you avoid this by not joining moving your models too close to each other. Just make sure you avoid that. So the workaround is just make sure you create a new polygroup, and then you will be able to select that by itself, and then just delete hidden, and just make sure you separate those two, and that's how it works. So we're going to be redefining that when we're going to be adding those details. So we're going to make sure that we remove that completely. Right now, let's just focus on the primary forms of the torso, which we want to finish off. Right now we're working more posterior now, as we come in with the trapezius muscle, and we just creating those lines where we can. Just moving that out, moving that in. Have my move topological brush, just gonna move that in and just coming in like so. Just gonna grab just moving my gluteus maximus. Make sure I'm happy with that. So I'm not happy as yet, but as we all know, we're still gonna fix these proportions as they are not in line right now. I'm just making sure I have a certain shape that I'm looking for on our female anatomy figure over here. I'm just gonna do that. Just gonna come in. Use my Damien standard to emphasize those lines that we drew previously. So this goes very, very fast if you kind of draw those lines, and then you come in again to put up those forms around those lines. So it's essentially the same technique. Once you master that technique, you can kind of work very, very fast with this, like finishing the entire body. Switching between that, just moving our lines. As you see, it's very, very easy as within low res, using the move topological brush to move everything in place over here. So we still need to do the neck and the arms as well, so we probably dedicate that to its own tutorial. And just move that in, the lats muscle, just making sure the shapes flow very, very nice. Just gonna make sure that flows like so. Just coming in again. Just gonna move that. So redefining that's what we have right there. Just making sure everything is in place. Our rib cage, using the clay butter brush, and then that's what we have right there. So I'm just coming in, just fixing that for you guys. So essentially, just make sure you watch this all over again if you haven't understand the technique, because this technique actually applies to all the lectures of the primary forms that we're going to be having. We're going to be doing in this course over here. So just make sure you understand everything and you actually master this technique. You can also re-watch these videos, and if you have any questions or any suggestions, don't forget you can also reach out to us in our platforms on our profile, or just send us a quick message, and then we'll be able to assist you guys where we can, and that's how things will flow. So we really thank you for your time and patience while we dissect this, and I hope you guys understood everything that we went through here. So we coming towards the end of our class right now, and you kind of saw our workflow, you kind of saw how we done things. So this actually applies to each class that we have over here. Essentially just going through each muscles one by one and just carving that in, and then just making sure we understand everything else. If you need any assistance, also I'm just going to repeat myself, we also have these tools available, the anatomy tools, to help you guys to further your knowledge with the anatomy and studying anatomy in 3D, which that is our motive. So it's Adrian from ASA. So now we're working on the primary forms. I'm Adrian from asaanatomy.com. Welcome to our lecture where we're sculpting a female anatomy figure in ZBrushCore 2020. So this is an Ecorche model, and I hope you guys are following along from each class and not skipping any classes, because that's what I always advise you guys to do. Now I'm working on, so in this section we will be working on the primary forms of the forearm over here. So I'm using the same technique again. I'm using the clay builder brush, just digging in there and dynameshing. So we're still working on a dynameshed model in a ZBrushCore, and our resolution, it's not that high actually, so it's important not to work on high res mesh at this stage while we're working on our primary forms. So what I want you guys to do, if you like having any trouble with anything, don't hesitate to just contact me on our platforms, or just send us a message through here, and then we will be more than willing to assist you guys where we can right there. Now let's continue with this, working on our brachialis muscle. As you can see over there, I'm separating the brachialis muscle from the radius bone and the brachialis underneath the biceps brachii muscle over there. So using the same technique, just using Alt or Option on your keyboard, you can actually switch between Z sub and Z add. So that's what I'm currently doing over there with the clay build-up brush that we have over there. Switched to the Damien standard to create those lines and sketches. So still trying to figure out our muscles direction, essentially the origins and insertions that we have going on over there on our lower limb, or upper limb, sorry. Now just coming in again with the smooth brush, just correcting our topology where we can, and making sure our primary forms are in place before we jump into any details or increase the resolution of our mesh at this stage. Right now I'm using the Damien standard actually to carve in those lines that we have, that you guys see me trying to create there. Essentially you can use like any brush. I believe there's /3. I'm not quite sure in a ZBrushCore if you have a lot of options, but you're kind of limited to the brushes you have, so that's why I'm currently using the Damien standard, but then it does a great job in this case. But if you want to use your own brushes, I guess you can even create your own brush. Probably like grab the standard brush and then just grab an alpha and do a little tweaks here and there, or upload your own alpha and then just make your own brush to carve over there. And you can also save your brushes that you have created in ZBrushCore. Now that's also fantastic to know. And then I'm just moving in again, using the clay builder brush once more, digging in, switching between those two brushes. So if you're kind of wondering how am I, because I'm on full screen, so to go to full screen you can either tap the tab key on your keyboard. So you can essentially switch between the to just increase the canvas size, so you can actually see more details, like probably like zoom in and everything and stuff. And then the brushes, I've assigned hotkeys on my keyboard for each brushes that I normally use. So if you kind of confused like how to do that, please revert back to our previous lectures. I believe it's part 1 lecture where we went through the introduction to ZBrushCore, where we went through all the menus and the shortcuts in ZBrushCore. Now continuing with this class, I'm just coming in again with the Damien standard. Where I see those rough edges going along, I just come in with the smooth brush. And at this stage, don't be too concerned about your fine details, or if you're having those pretty much jagged lines. It's all about finding the forms. It's all about finding those shapes and just making sure they are lining straight, and making sure that your muscles originate and insert on the correct position over there. So building around those edges and smoothing that out, working on my brachialis muscle and then my bicep brachii, switching between that. I'm just gonna grab my move topological, the brushes I always use a lot also, to make sure I can move those major forms without any stress right there. Working on our deltoid muscle. So I'm not like working in one place, as you can see. I'm all over the show, just finding where I could fix, like seeing those mistakes where I went through very quickly. I just come to redefine that to get those shapes right there. Now I'm just going to decrease my draw size, and then I'm just going to come in with my brush over there, just smoothing where I can. So I normally call this stage like sketching. So we essentially sketching where our muscles are going to flow. Here you see me working on our extensor digitorum and our extensor digiti minimi, and then I'm just, so these lines are not that straight at this stage, so it's us still trying to figure out where these muscles will be flowing on the arm. So here I have my extensor carpi radialis longus, just drawing that, making sure that my brachialis muscle is on top of the radialis longus, and then just trying to create that illusion over there, with just the Damien standard that we have going on over there. Now when I'm done like with the sketching part, it's pretty much the same technique. I come in with the clay builder brush around those lines to build up these forms, as you can see me doing right here. And if your lines are too harsh, I just come in and then just use Alt option on your keyboard to use the opposite direction, and in this case is to subtract, and then we can correct our forms if they're too hard or we went overboard a bit. So that's kind of normal for us to just go overboard, and I feel like most of my models are like bodybuilders, because I just can't stop to emphasize those details. I kind of exaggerate the details in most cases. So here I'm coming again with the Damien standard, working on our extensor carpi radialis longus and extensor carpi radialis brevis underneath over there, just moving it with the move topological brush, coming in with a Damien standard, just carving in ever so slightly, just correcting my lines. As you can see, at this stage, like, don't be afraid to make those mistakes. Like, you can sometimes just do wrong lines, as you can see, but then you can still come in with the smooth brush, holding down shift on your keyboard. You can switch between the smooth brush, whichever brush you have selected on your keyboard. You can just hold down shift to switch between the smooth brush right there. Right now I'm coming in again with the smooth brush. I'm just correcting those lines as I'm not satisfied. Again, we're working on the brachialis now, just coming in there, building up those forms, removing some forms that were a bit overboard, which that's normal with me. And then I'm just gonna correct those forms, and there we have it right there. Now it's important also to just make sure you spend a lot of time with this at the stage with the primary forms. And I know we always emphasize this on our tutorials and our classes, but then it is very important, and please, we advise you guys also. Here's our extensor copy, radialis brevis, and below that we'll be having here's our adductor and our extensor pollicis longus, and then our adductor. Pollicis brevis. I'm just using the Z sub with my clay butter brush. You can use any brush, probably like the clay tubes or the standard brush, I don't know. But then what I found, like with the clay butter brush, it can carve in very hard. So if I want to create those very hard holes, also leaving those rough lines on my mesh, I normally use the clay builder brush. So it's kind of good for me when I'm still building up the forms, when I'm still adding those forms right there. So once I'm done with the forms, the secondary shapes and stuff, I can switch between that and just smooth out those rough edges where it needs to be. Here I'm separating the so how to remember these muscles between the extensor and the flexor muscles. So the flexor muscles are facing like your palm. So how to remember them? As you can see, this model is at an anatomical position. So our arms are facing towards us, the palms I mean. So those muscles on that side will be the flexor muscles, and the muscles on the opposite side will be the flexor muscles. So whenever a muscle starts, for example, let's say the flexor carpi ulnaris or the extensor carpi ulnaris, so you can kind of see where this muscle originates and inserts. And you see, like for example, this muscle we were working on just now, the brachialis and the radialis longus. So you can already know that it goes through the radius bone over there. Just coming in again with my cuts and building up the forms around those lines ever so slightly, just checking my model. Don't forget about the silhouette. Don't get too stuck with the details and your carving and your lines. Just remember to always remember your basic shapes, the silhouettes, which we currently checking over here. Just zoom out your model, and you also have like a thumbnail there on top, which is black and white. Makes it very easy for us to see those shapes without any forms in place, just seeing those outer edges and how's everything looking like. So it has to look like a female in black and white. So if it doesn't look like a female, then there's something wrong with our proportions, or there's something wrong with the silhouette. So that's what we correct over there when we get time. So it's essentially revisiting the proportion check each and every stage you make those major movements on your mesh. I'm just gonna make sure that I separate so the extensor carpi radialis longus, and then I'm just gonna carve in my trapezius muscle with the Damian standard. I'm just building up those forms around that band of the trapezius. Moving around our model, just using the moving topological brush to correct those forms. As you can see, it's kind of easy for us to correct those forms with this, as we're still in a low resolution. So it's easy for us to come in and just fix those forms where we can. As you can see, just carving in, fixing it, the deltoid muscle and the pectoralis major, so how they intersect over there on top as they insert at the humerus bone. zooming back out, carving in there, just correcting that, yes, our extension digitorum. So as the name suggests, it extends the digits. So on the other side, just save our model, our project actually. Just make sure we don't lose any files while we're working on this, because ZBrush can crash and sometimes you end up losing a lot of stuff. You end up you need to start all over again. So normally I have like my quick save like turned to probably like 10 minutes or so, just to make sure, because we like always forget when we like get stuck to one to that energy of sculpting. So you busy focusing on how to finish this, how to like to get this done at the specific time, and then we end up forgetting our quick save. So just make sure you have your quick save turned on in your preferences palette on the menu right there on top. If you're unsure about that, just revert back to our previous lectures. I believe the first classes we have on top, the introduction to ZBrushCore, the interface. We went through all the menus, so I won't be going through all those menus right there. Right now, let's focus on the sculpting the primary forms of the arms. As you see, I'm building up these forms, with the clay builder brush. So I'm sure you've noticed the major brushes we are using over here at this stage. It's just three brushes. So it's the clay builder brush, the Damien standard, and the move topological brush, as you can see over there. Now you see my brachialis underneath the biceps muscle. I'm creating that those forms, as because it kind of barges out more medially to the so more medially it kind of like barges out. So I'm just creating that shape underneath, just making sure everything is lining up with my move topological brush once more. And I have symmetry turned on, so I suggest you guys also do at this stage, unless you're doing like the other side will be more dissected than the other side. Probably like if you're gonna be removing a few muscles in the other side, I suggest you turn off like symmetry once you're done with the block out, and then when you're gonna be adding those muscles, then you can turn off symmetry if you want to go that route. But then in this case, our model should be 100% symmetrical, which we hope. And then I'm just moving out my rib cage, as you can see, trying to correct it. So we also have our skeleton underneath when we were sculpting this, or we had it in our mind, and how will everything be lining out. So that's what I'm trying to define there, our cartilage. But then we also know that the skeleton is covered with the fascia and the muscles, so it won't be that prominent on the surface right there. Saving my model again, our project file, and then just zooming back out to see the silhouette, just checking the proportions, just making sure it still looks like a female, though we're doing a female without skin, but it needs to look like a female. So I'm just gonna move in, just checking which area to start sculpting at. Just gonna move in like so, because we currently focusing on the arms. Just cutting in my my triceps. I mean, I almost said trapezius. Just carving in there, smoothing that out. It's a bit too harsh for my liking. And then here's our humerus bone. I'm just gonna come in with the clay builder brush, and then just build up those forms where I can. Alright, like so. turn perspective on and off, just to see if everything is going on our way. Switch our reference. Just gonna come in to fix our fingers over there using the move topological brush, and then I'm just gonna work on the carpal bones of the hand, just digging in there where I can, just coming in with the clay butter brush, holding down Alt option on the keyboard. There's our Damian standard clay butter brush, just splitting that out, and Dynamesh. So essentially it's the same technique. Dynamesh, just move around to the other side momentarily, and then just Dynamesh right there, move that in, Dynamesh, and then just dig that in, smooth that out, just smoothing that out. Those edges are a bit too rough for my liking. Just digging that in, and then Dynamesh, just build up those forms around that so I can have like a sharp line, and then I'm just gonna increase create that how the bone should look like the phalange. So this is still rough, it's not precise as yet, so I'm using this smooth brush and also the inflate where everything is a bit too thin. Just gonna carve that in. So we can't add a lot of details at this stage. It's essentially the primary forms, as we don't have a lot of resolution to go to town with the details right now. Just gonna come in, just sticking that in, because I have it in my mind now that what I want to achieve, it's essentially that look that like we need to be showing the skeletons and the muscles also on our 3D models. So I had that in my mind. Now I'm trying to build our tendons that supply the digits for those actions. So if we want to lift our fingers, it's actually those muscles. So those muscles don't come down, they actually send those long tendons to supply our digits. Most of them also long, known as digitorums or digiti minimi and the palmaris longus. So I'm working on that, the palmaris longus. So it's facing, it's with the palm, so you already know which way is this muscle lying at. So flexor carpi radialis, to remember the muscle, we know that the radius bone is more lateral to the body, so it should be that side, and it should be going around the radius bone. So the and having a name such as flexor, so we already know that it's a flexor muscle, so it's with the palms, it's on the palm side, and then it goes through to the carpal bone. So flexor carpi radialis muscle, that's what we're trying to build there. So we're gonna be focusing on, like on our Ecorche, it's gonna be mainly those superficial muscles. There will be some deep muscles that we're gonna be going through, but then at this stage we're building those superficial muscles, which that's our main focus right now. So this is a superficial Ecorche, showing those superficial muscles. So as you can see, I'm separating between the brachialis and the flexor carpi radialis. It's coming in there, just using the Damian standard. using the clay butter brush, I need to dig that in. Let me understand it, and then I'm gonna try show my medial epicondyle of the humerus, so where those muscles originate. I need to show that. As you can see, first still creating those sketches, working on that at first, and then we will have that direction right there. Just creating those sketches again. Everything is still rough, as you can see. I'm not too fussy about any major details that we can have. Just coming in ever so slightly, smoothing that out, just using my clay butter brush, just coming in like so. You move topological brush and the clay butter brush. Here's our flexor carpi ulnaris. Just building that up. Muscle that is more medially, so just building that up again. Just going to the other side. So don't be too afraid of the messing up your models at this stage. So everything is still rough. We're still trying to figure out how we can finish everything. So I've hid the other part of the arm. If you're kind of not sure how I done this, I hold on Control or Command on your keyboard and Shift, click and drag on your mouse or your tablet, whatever you're using, and then just click and drag to, you'll see that green rectangle thingy on your screen. Just highlight the area that you want to see alone, so it will kind of hide the other areas and just show that areas in that green box right there. So that's how I done that. If you're kind of confused, and if you need more information, probably just revert to our previous lectures on when we done introduction to ZBrushCore, going through the most of the shortcuts, and it's for basically for beginners who haven't opened up ZBrushCore, or probably like opening it for the first time. Those classes were actually recorded for you guys if you actually beginners. But if you actually know your way around the ZBrush, then you can continue with this tutorial right here, and let's continue sculpting this. As we almost done with this lecture, so it's going to be divided into parts. Like here we're working on the arms, as you can see, using the same technique, using the Damian standard, just carving in there. You hear me? Now I have the arms only selected, so I can work very easily with those only selected. Here's I'm building up the forms. Here's our flexor carpi ulnaris, as the name suggests. So it's more flows through the ulnar bone, ulnaris, and then it's a flexor muscle, so it's towards the palm side. Here's our ulnar bone underneath over there. This is what I'm trying to emphasize, and this muscle inserts at the carpal bone. So as the name suggests, the flexor carpi ulnaris. So that's how you can actually remember those names if you're kind of confused. Like most of the people are actually struggling with the muscles of the arms, because they say there's a lot of muscles over there, and I also agree. At first I also had problems with that, but then when I give it more time to understand these names, I could actually just remember these names with just remembering the bones and skeletons and where these muscles should be facing, and I should know how to track these muscles, where they insert. So fixing that, so we have like most of our superficial muscles, and thank you guys for your time. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you guys understand everything. If you have any questions, don't forget to back to me. And it's Adrian from asanatomy.com. See you guys on the next one. So moving on to the last lecture, where we are refining our body. So I really hope you guys have been watching through our lectures and our classes, where we started with refining our body. So this was divided into 3 parts, and this is the last one. But then hopefully we can finish this off, and then just refine everything and add those micro details and those fine details if we could. Now I'm Adrian from asanatomy.com. Let's continue with this over here. This is what we left off. This is where we left off actually. So I'm just coming in with the smooth brush where I see those jagged lines and those crooked edges, and I'm just coming in with the smooth brush to make sure that our topology it's clean and everything is in place, as you can see right here. So essentially, like when you're doing those fine details or when you refining your models, it's this stage it's only done when you done with all the forms and shapes and the proportions on your model. So just make sure that you have all the primary forms and the secondary forms on your models before you jump into adding those fine details, which this is the last stage that you can come in and finish where you left off. So we also advise you guys to do the stage in subdivision. So in ZBrush and ZBrushCore you have a chance to work or sculpt with subdivisions level. That makes everything very easy. So like for example, if you want to move those major forms, you can just hold down shift D on your keyboard, and then you can just switch between the lowest, and if you want to switch to the highest subdivision, you can just press D on your keyboard to switch to the highest subdivision. In this case, let's say you want to move those major forms, as you see me do over here with my move topological brush. I just switch between the lowest subdivisions or the lower subdivision, and then I just move those forms, and I just move back to the high subdivision to add those fine details again. So you're not like stuck in ZBrush. Let's say you've missed something, you've missed those major forms, you still have a chance to just come in and then redefine where you left off right there. Now so what I normally say, like I'm also going to repeat this again. So I'm on full screen again once more, and this just helps me to work more faster. So I wanted this course to not be too long for you guys, but then so I wanted to share a lot of knowledge as I could. So I'm working on full screen right now, which you just press tab on your keyboard to switch between those screens, so I can work very efficiently. And then I've hidden the toolbar and the menus, so I'm switching between these brushes. I've assigned hotkeys for each brush that I'm currently using. Normally it's move topological, clay builder brush, the Damien standard, and the standard brush are normally the brushes we currently using for these lectures over here. So if you kind of not sure what how to do that and how to customize your own ZBrush, please revert to our first classes, our introduction to ZBrushCore. So there we went through the ZBrushCore 21 interface. We went through the entire menu and all the shortcuts that you guys might need to speed up your workflow. So I truly advise you guys to also at this stage be working with the shortcuts assigned to your brushes and all those and your interface being the way you like it, that you might work more faster than you can. Now coming back to this, I'm just moving that with the move topological brush, just making sure that my lines are straight, moving around my model, because you see there's a lot of jagged lines and mistakes. I'm just coming in with the move topological brush to correct those lines where I can, and then just switching between that, making sure I'm spinning around my model to check the silhouette also, and to just check each and every area possible and see where I left off. So don't get too stuck in one section. Just make sure that you spin around your model, just check if everything is in place, checking the silhouettes, checking the proportions if you will, and make sure that you have everything in place. So I've just hit the arms, and then we working on the lower limb. As you can see, I have my Damien standard with a very large draw size to come in and carve those lines, just coming to emphasize those details where needs be. As you see over there, I'm just using this this Damien standard over here, just coming in and just carving where I left off ever so slightly, and just coming in like so. Just move, and just make sure it's not too harsh or anything. Just make sure every line, it's pretty much consistent throughout your model. So just make sure that you don't have too much hard edges, and the other edges are not too hard. If you want to go hard, just go hard with the entire body. If you want to go soft, just make sure the entire body is soft. As you can see, my muscle striations, they're kind of very soft, so it kind of works like for those micro details. If you zoom in very closely, you can actually see those muscle striations, but from far it can kind of trick you. It doesn't pop out that much, but if you zoom in very closely, you can see those striations coming into play. Moving back in over there, just jumping between my entire body, using the Damien standard to carve in those lines where it needs to be. Switching on to my head, as you can see, there's a lot of detail that we still need to add on our head over here. As you can see, there's not like a lot of muscles or anything. We just worked on the primary forms on our previous classes, and we still need to come in and make those cuts and separations, so that we might study the muscles of the face over here. Still got my model and my 3D model, and then just coming in ever so slightly with my clay putter brush. So holding down Alt option on your keyboard to switch between Z sub and Z add. I'm using that same technique again, and I'm just switching between clay build up and the Damien standard, sorry, and just making sure if I want to carve, I just create that line, and then in between those lines I just come in with the clay butter brush. So just connecting my muscles, my origin insertions. So just having in mind my skeleton underneath, and just making sure we have that in a place. Smoothing that out, just making sure that everything is correct. So I'm just going to come in, smooth that out, and just correcting my anatomy. Just coming in like so. Using the clay butter brush with a very small draw size. I'm just gonna come in there, sticking that in, smoothing that in place, smooth that out, and then just come in and just make sure everything is lining up over there. So this will be used as a study, and being used as a study, anatomy study, so it needs to be anatomically correct. That's why we come back and just fix where we we left off over there. Coming in and connecting those muscles, so just creating that illusion that these muscles are actually flowing to our body mesh, as this will be a separate geometry from the body. So if anyone takes off this head from the body, they might also be able to study the anatomy also underneath over there, so we can't ignore that. You must just add those muscles that connect over there. That's what I was trying to create and show you guys. So this takes a lot of time, like adding more details, and I believe like if you spend more time, the more details you can achieve actually. But for the sake of this class, we're just gonna come in and I just want to show you guys that you guys might have an understanding how to tackle these anatomy models over here. And let's say you just want to study anatomy sculpting. These classes are actually very good to if you want to be a character artist or anything. So you essentially just practicing your anatomy, and then after this you should be able to tackle most of your characters with ease. So just having your reference, but then you actually know the muscles and you actually know the skeleton underneath. So yeah, anatomy also works with you, by the way. So I'm just gonna come in and smooth that out, as it is a bit pointy. Just smoothing that a tad with my move topological brush. So to switch between models, you can just alter option click on your mesh without visiting your layers panel, which takes a lot of time. So I strongly suggest that you guys get used to that also. And if you've watched our previous lectures, I'm going through the basics and the interface and stuff, you should know these tricks and shortcuts in ZBrush and ZBrushCore. I'm just gonna grab my Damien standard, just gonna carve in there by the trapezius muscle, originating from the occipital bone at the protuberance over there. We have the back. Just gonna carve in like so, and make sure I just build up those forms with the build-up brush. So I have two brushes I use to build up forms. I normally use the normal generic default clay build-up brush, and then after that I created my own brush, which you guys can also create for yourself. Just grab the clay build-up brush and just do a clone to work on the clone essentially, and then if you go to your brushes palette and just do a clone, and then from there you can just select whichever alpha you need. So I chose, I believe, of alpha 36 to get those smooth edges around the surface. So when you're actually building up forms, you won't get that those hard edges like you in clay. So if you want that effect, you can also change, but then it also depends on your liking. So I chose alpha 36, I believe, to get those smooth edges and to build up those forms very easily. And after you're done, you can actually save your brushes and at the startup. So if you start up ZBrush as ZBrushCore, you can actually have your brushes, that brush you actually created for your own self. And that's basically, that's like the quick explanation to how to create your own brushes over there. Just moving back out to see my model in detail. Switch back to the body. Smooth that a tad. So I'm gonna finish that and just gonna smooth that in. So just making sure I don't destroy my major forms over there. So just checking my mesh. Just smoothing that out. And then I'm just gonna draw these striations with the Damien standard once more. Smooth that out. So smoothing that out again, and coming in with my brushes over there. So I'll switch to the lower subdivision, as you can see on the palette. So it's always like advisable when you're working on those secondary shapes or those primary forms, just to switch between those if you're unhappy with your forms. As you see over here, I'm kind of not satisfied, so that's why I'm moving things like so. Just gonna build that. And then just making sure you have your symmetry turned on. Just move on to the lower subdivision, making sure you have a smooth mesh, as you can see right there. And then switch to the high subdivision, to look at our details that we have over there. I'll come in and carve those striations. I'm just gonna move that, just zoom out and just see, spin around our model, which also helps a lot. Here's our vastus lateralis and our iliotibial band. So actually on top of the vastus lateralis muscle. Just want to emphasize that. Just going to build up our lat with the clay build-up brush, and again just switch between that right there. So I don't have symmetry turned on at this stage, that's why I'm spinning around my model over here. So you can get that variation. You can also, like when you're doing those details, you can switch symmetry off for a second if you want to get that symmetrical effect. Like if you want to get that your own touch to it, like if you want it to be more realistic, you want to turn off symmetry at one point, at probably like the last stage. You can most likely turn off your symmetry right there, as you saw me. But then when you're just working on those major shapes, you can keep it on, as I have it on over here, working on our vaccinator. As you can see underneath, I'm first doing those sketches with the Damien standard, and then I come in with the clay build-up brush to build around those lines that I already drew for myself. As you can see, just putting that up, just carving it in. So you can smooth that out and then just carve that in ever so slightly. And here's our mandible. As you can see, I'm just creating that illusion that actually the skeleton is also visible, so it's not like covered. This is a single mesh, by the way, so it kind of gets confusing to some people, like which is the muscles and which is the bones over there. So if you actually know your skeleton, you won't have any problems to understand which is which, like so. So that's how you can actually dissect that. See, so I'm using my own build brush, as you can see, just building up the forms where I can, like so. And then we have our femur. I'm just creating that those condyles over there with my clay build-up brush. I'm just just making sure that everything is lining up like so. So what I said like earlier, like before we started this, actually I had this in my mind just to show the skeleton underneath also, and the superficial muscles, and the some of the deep muscles we are gonna be showing over here, as we went through on our previous lectures also. So I'm just creating that those bones underneath, and just moving that with my move topological brush, just moving that in place, just making sure everything is lining up. So actually the gastric nemus, the back muscle, it's kind of like originating from the femur over there at the bottom, as you can see me trying to create that. So here's our tibia bone. I'm just fixing that a tad. Grab my Damian standard. Start now doing those sketches. Here's our soleus muscle. Start sketching that for ourselves. Again, this doesn't have to be perfect. So what it's basically just creating for us those guidelines, so we can know when we coming in with our clay builder brush to build up those forms, we know with what we are working with. So that's why we do these lines at first, just for us, just to serve as guidelines for ourselves right there. See, I'm just figuring out the tibia bone as it curves. As you can see, I'm just drawing the tibia bone over there as it curves over there, and I'm just figuring that out with my Damian standard, using the move topological brush to move that in place. What I like about this brush, you can actually move those major forms very easily, and you can move those small forms also. Instead of just building up forms with any build up brush, you can just use the move topological brush to move your vertices in any direction that you want. As you see me over here, I'm correcting the silhouette with the move topological brush, just making sure that everything is lining up like that, and then just using the Damian standard and switching our reference, just checking, just make sure you check your reference and make sure that everything is lining up. Just moving that in place with a brush over there, and then coming in with the clay builder brush, holding down Alt, as you can see, just moving it around, just checking my proportions, actually my silhouette, spin my model around, and then I'm just going to come in with the clay builder brush, just digging that in, carving that in, separating the biceps femoris and the iliotibial band. As you see those two heads of the biceps femoris, and I'm just going to dig that in. Probably like to show the contours of the femur there as they move backwards. I'm just going to dig that in with the clay build-up brush. Holding down Alt option on your keyboard, you can switch between Z add and Z sub again. I'm just going to come in, smooth that out where I can. Not too concerned about the details. As you see, everything is rough at this stage. We're still going to come back and finesse everything with our brush at the very end, where we're going to be focusing on the fine details and those tertiary details at the very end of our lecture. So just make sure you don't skip this stage. Make sure you spend a lot of your time with these type of lectures, these classes. These are the most important on my opinion, as if you spend less time with this, you're gonna have a terrible time and probably not the nice figure when you gonna be adding your fine details at the very end. Because any figure with very nice details but then poor primary forms and those secondary shapes, it doesn't add up and it doesn't look more realistic as it should be. So that's why we spend most of our time at this stage, just moving up those forms. It surely takes time, but then if eventually you guys will just get the hang of this. As you see, I'm just building around those lines we drew with the clay putter brush. Here's our Achilles tendon, just move that in, and here's our soleus muscle, and then our gastrocnemius, smoothing that out and just making sure I understand the anatomy and that everything is surely in place right there. Coming up, building that in. So we have two muscles over there, the pectoralis longus and the pectoralis brevis, which I'm building up those forms. So a quick tip to remember these type of names like longus and brevis. So longus, those muscles normally have like a very long tendon, so it's one of those long muscles which send a very long tendon to the insertion. And then the brevis, it's the opposite, so it's the short muscle that you have right there, as you can see on our model over here. And then working on our Hercules tendons right there. Switching back to the posterior part and to the anterior part, just making sure that I have everything in place, smoothing that out, grabbing my my Damian standard and then building up around those lines. So I want to create like an illusion that everything, like the tibia bone it's actually there is like, so if you like dig in even more, like if you create these kind of things, when you gonna be like rendering out, you are gonna get that those nice shadows like for ambient occlusion. So that's why I go very deep with the details to help us achieve that realistic feel to it. It obviously takes time than just doing those faint lines when doing these forms, but then we go in a bit more in to just achieve that realistic feel to it right there. Moving that in with the smooth brush, just making sure everything is lining up, and then zooming back out, zooming back in, building up those forms like so, and then coming like around those edges. So making sure we're not building forms around those lines, but then so it's basically like if it's basically like using the pinch brush actually, but then we just doing this in another technique, just using the clay putter brush around those lines that we drew earlier. Just building that up again, as you can see, and I'm holding on auto option to come in and then just fix our mistakes right there. So like on the tibia bone, it has that C curve to it, so that's what I'm trying to move with the move topological brush. I'm trying to make sure I correct that at this stage in our primary forms. So it's always like advisable to get your anatomy correct at this stage, as it's gonna make your life very easy when we're gonna be working on those fine details. Now what I'm doing now, it's separating the Hercules tendon from the mesh, so actually like creating a hole over there as it is like in real life. So that's what we working on over there, that's what we're going to be working on. So I'm using clay builder brush to dig in over there with the alt or option pressed on our keyboard, just to switch between that and just using Dynamesh to fix our topology as you see right there, and just coming with the smooth brush. I'm just gonna grab that, just swing it around, and here we're working on our tibialis anterior muscle. Then just carving in with our Damien standard. So on this class, I actually have the entire screen. Like on our previous lectures or on our other classes, you will see me without these menus and these toolbars. So it's essentially going to be on full screen, which that's like kind of normal to that's like how we work. So if you don't see these brushes, like me going to these brushes, I've actually assigned hotkeys on my with my keyboard, on my keyboard actually. So if I press any key that I've assigned on my keyboard, I can actually switch between those brushes that I have assigned on my keyboard. If you want to know more about that, it's you can also revert back to our previous tutorials, which is I believe one of the three of the first tutorial of the first classes on this course, which is Introduction to ZBrushCore, and we went through the entire interface and the shortcuts that you need to know to start this model over here, this our figure model, our Ecorche that we're working on. So it's gonna make you work very fast. So I suggest you don't skip those classes. So just watch through them. They tend to be sometimes boring if you know your way in or your way around, but then if you're missing some of the features or you unsure with what does this button do in ZBrush, just visit those classes that we have over there. So it was recorded in ZBrushCore, and even this entire course was recorded in ZBrushCore, fully in ZBrushCore. So everyone can follow along. By that, it's going to be very easy. So I just switched to full screen now, and then we're gonna come in and just carve where we can, just emphasizing those lines where we can, just increasing my draw size and making sure I have my mesh selected. So as you can see, I'm getting those artifacts, like I have like two meshes on top of each other, and I can't even sculpt. So then I'm just gonna fix that. Let's fix that. As you can see, like everything was recorded live, so I had to fix that before, and then just come back, and now we have like a single mesh that we can sculpt upon. So coming back to that specific area, we have our gluteus maximus muscle and our tensor fasciae lata and the gluteus medius attaching at the greater trochanter of the femur, using my clay tube, or you can call it the clay butter brush, and using Dynamesh. We're still in Dynamesh, so to fix that topology, to make sure that our polygons or triangles are flowing in a very nice direction for us to carry on with these blockouts, we need to just re-Dynamesh every time we make those major changes. As you see me like do it over here, I'm just coming in now with my slash brush, my Damien standard, and I'm just gonna carve in, and I'm just carving it in Dynamesh, just fixing that and just coming in ever so slightly. So this takes time sometimes, and it tends to be boring, but then it kind of works if you want to achieve those shadows and that realism to your art. Alright, there, then come in with digging in that in with the, I'm still using the clay butter brush, if you guys are wondering. So I'm gonna keep calling these brushes because I don't have them on screen. I just want you guys to know which brushes I'm currently using right now, because some of you guys just get confused, and I've been getting like a few comments on it's kind of hard for you guys to understand how am I doing things and which brushes am I using. So I'm just going to keep calling these brushes as I switch between them. because I'm on full screen. Smooth that out and just switch my reference. I'm going to switch that out, and again I'm going to smooth that, but I'm still using the clay builder brush and the smooth brush. So the smooth brush works with any brush selected. Just hold down shift on your keyboard, you can switch between the smooth brush and the brush selected. So I just want to look more inferiorly to this, and then I'm just going to come and dig in and build up those forms right there. Smooth that out. I'm just gonna build up those forms where everything it's a bit jaggy, and I'm gonna come in, smooth that in, smooth that in place ever so slightly. You're coming, digging that in, and then we're just gonna carve that in, build up those forms, smooth that out, and then just check our silhouette and check if everything is lining up. Now working on our patella ligament and just building that around, just sticking that in using Dynamesh at this stage to make sure our topology is almost clean. As you can see, we getting those shadows, and if we have like ambient occlusion, we'll have very realistic anatomy figures for ourselves right there. So that's why we're digging way too deep, so we can have that realism to our pieces. So I'm gonna smooth that out. We'll build those forms. Switching my reference. I'm gonna carve that in. I'm gonna carve that, the iliotibial band. Switch my reference, and then we're gonna move to the heel. Just gonna build that, the Achilles tendon, the very strong tendon we have at the back of the heel of the foot. So I'm using insert meshes. I just grab these the cylinder and holding down Alt option on your keyboard if you wanna insert a mesh with invert selected. Hope that makes sense, but you'll see once we done with this over here. So I'm just gonna clean that up first before we continue with that. I'm just gonna hide that and reduce our draw size, and then just build, smooth that out, and then just make sure everything is lining up. So malleolus over there. Just carving that in, our tendon. And then using the Dynamesh to re-topologize our mesh. Just gonna carve that in with the clay builder brush and Dynamesh, and then just smooth that out to make sure we have those details in place right there. Build those forms. Just gonna carve in, re-Dynamesh, and then so for the foot we're gonna be doing we're gonna be showing the bones, so the skeleton. We're not gonna be adding those muscles underneath. So I'm just making sure my symmetry is turned on, as you can see. So at the bottom of the foot, it has this kind of like this arch underneath, so it helps actually with our maintaining the weight of our body. So that's what I'm trying to create over there. Just smoothing that in. Remove topological brush, and then just coming in. Just carving that with Damien Standard, just down the mesh. Just gonna move that quickly. And then I'm just gonna carve in with the clay pillar brush, and then Dynamesh, just making sure we have a clean flow of our polygons. Hold down Alt Option on the keyboard, working on a fibula, moving that in, just moving that in place like so. Okay, so switching on to our insert mesh brushes. So make sure you hold on Alt Option if you want to make sure you make a cut. So this piece we actually inserting over here, it's gonna make a cut right through. Just make sure everything is in place before we accept everything. So if you use those insert mesh brushes, it kind of creates a new mask all over your selected mesh, and then it unmasks the insert piece. So if you click and drag, you can actually switch between those masks, and then as you can see, I'm still moving our mesh, just making sure it's at the right place, and then you can just hit the split unmask points to get those two subtools. And then once done, now you can actually what you can do, we're going to be using Dynamesh. As you can see, I forgot to use that auto option on my keyboard, so I need to fix that again. We need to do that again, but it's actually cutting with our insert mesh brushes. As if you guys like watched our male anatomy figure, which is free on our platforms, we also done this in a ZBrushCore. As you can see, like my cut wasn't precise. You see over here, I'm just re-Dynamesh and smoothing that out, just making sure we clean that, as you can see right here. So that's how you cut with in a ZBrushCore, like creating holes with any subtool. So if you want like to create a circle, you want to take like something that it's almost round, like probably grab like a cylinder which is round, or like a sphere, and then just hold down Alt Option when you drag that on top of your mesh where you want the hole to be. Just make sure, and you can also move that in place with the Gizmo 3D that we have in ZBrushCore also. And then after you happy with the placement, so where your insert mesh model is, that's where your cut is actually going to be. So just make sure that before you accept that placement, just make sure that everything is placed correctly before you make those cuts. But then you can essentially undo, but then it's gonna take quite time. And then after you've done, you can just split mask points, and then use Dynamesh and drag in on the canvas, and then it will actually cut where it should be, where it was actually placed. And if like kind of confused or have like any problems, if we went through this very quickly, you can also just hit me with a message or just request any assistance. I'll be more than willing to assist you guys. Probably like check our platforms, but we went through this. And then if you need further assistance, we are going to be available to assist you guys anytime with things like these over here. So moving back in, working on our tibialis anterior, just carving that in with the Damien standard brush, making sure I have all my lines, just doing those sketches now, just making sure that everything is in place like so. Just gonna carve that in. And then that's smooth that with the move topological brush. Just carve that in. Just putting up those forms. Smooth that out, redynamish. Just putting our muscles, just looking at our reference, and then we have those details. They're just spinning around our model to see any mistakes. Spinning that around, and then we can have that. Spin up those forms. So I'm actually like creating these forms, which are very important before we move to the next stage, before we move to the second lecture. That's why I'm spinning around a lot, and I'm smoothing out where I can, and I'm spending a lot of time in this and in one area, but then just switching between these parts that we have. You can redynamish that as I need more topology. Just move that in, and we're still in low res. I don't know if you guys have noticed, we haven't like increased our resolutions as yet, as we're still doing those blockouts at this stage. Not too really concerned about anything else, but then just building up those forms and having things like so, just moving like in and out, zooming in and out to also check your proportions and your silhouette, because in this case we also moving, like building up our forms very hard, so it might also affect the silhouette overall. So just make sure you zoom in and out just to double check if everything is lining up. As you see me do over here, I'm just like all over the show, and I'm just coming in now with the Damien standard, putting up those forms and smoothing that out, just carving that in. Like so, just checking double checking what we have, smoothing that in. So if it went too fast for you, again, don't hesitate to contact us. Moving towards the end of our tutorial, or actually our class, and let's just finish this even more before we end this lecture. So just saving out our project, and then just come back to this, working on our tibia bone with our clay pitter brush, and then just that Damien standard, just carving that in. Our crash technique, I still have to fix that, it doesn't flow like that. And then we're working our soleus muscle as it joins with the Achilles tendon. Just gonna carve that in and build up those forms around those lines that we drew. Just building that up. Just coming in with a smooth brush also. Just making sure that everything is neat As you see, I'm using the move topological brush because we mustn't forget that we're working on like a female, and we don't need to make her like the male enemy figure. As you saw, those muscles are a bit pronounced than these ones over here. Just gonna come in with the move topological brush, just correct my shapes. As I'm not too happy with that, I'm just gonna come in again, smooth that a tad, and then check that, and then just gonna come in, just switch like positions, and just don't forget that we're in 3D, so make sure that everything is lining up like so. Just gonna come in, I'm gonna smooth that out, and then just taking that in with the clay builder brush, and then redynamish on the side of my canvas, redynamish that, just making sure I have clean topology there inside. And this will work for us, like those shadows, we'll get those shadows. And this is a bit too harsh at this stage because we also have the tibia bone and the fibula bone inside there, but at this stage I'm just opening that up a bit, even more pronounced at this stage. So when we're going to be adding those secondary forms and shapes, it's going to be easy for us because we have room to work upon, so we will have that space and that freedom like so. You can smooth that out. And then I'm just gonna save my my project, and then that's that. Smooth that in place. Smooth that out. Carve that in. Use a clay builder brush. Smooth that in place and redynamish. Coming back in. So now working on our foot, I'm just gonna try separate that for now. It doesn't have to be that precise, it's just creating those masks, clicking and dragging. So it's gonna look ugly at this stage, so you just wanna control command on your keyboard to draw those masks, and then holding on alt with command or control selected, you can unpaint those masks over there. Just decrease the draw size if you want to just make sure everything is okay. Created those so I created new polygroups with control command W, and then I just deleted hidden, as you see over here. Now what I can do, I can just click and drag this, because I also have dynamic. I'm just fixing that. If it's too thin for you, just make sure you can even use the inflate brush to inflate those details right there. Save our project. Just make sure you save all the time before you lose all your work, because normally ZBrush crashes, and I've noticed, like with the new ZBrush 2021, ZBrushCore 2021, it kind of saves for you before it crashes, so we don't need to worry about that for now. So coming in with the clay builder brush, hold an alt option on your keyboard, just smoothing that in like so, and then just gonna smooth that in click and drag, smooth that out. Just gonna come in. So now I'm just working on our bones over there of our foot. Just basic forms, nothing too serious, just for us to have that that foundation of our skeleton underneath. It's gonna help us to serve as guide. We'll probably change it, like the actual shape overall, but then just to have those guidelines for us to move on to the next stage. We'll know what we're working upon. So that's what you see me doing. Just sending those tendons also to supply the foot over there. As you can see, I'm just building up those forms and the phalanges. As you can see, just drawing up those tendons. Everything is still like block out and nothing is well redefined, so everything is still rough at this stage. So don't be afraid to ruin your piece at this stage. Don't be too precious with it. As you can see, we also like messing it around, just moving that very hard, carving in there, just creating our bones, separating everything with the clay builder brush, and just coming in and smoothing that out with an redynamish option turned on. So that's the tendon of the muscle there on top, the tibialis anterior. So knowing the origins and the insertion, it kind of helps you to know where you're sending those tendons. So we've came to the end of our class. So thank you guys for your time, and if you have any questions, again, just don't forget to send us a message, and we will be more than willing to assist you guys. So it's Adrian. Okay, so basic articulation in ZBrushCore. The reason I call it basic because there's not much features that we have like provided for us to get that 100% precise articulation in ZBrushCore. So articulation basically is a term used used by 3D printers. It's basically splitting up your model into pieces and adding keys, like for articulation. For example, as you see over here, we've split the arms from the body, and then at the later stage we are going to separate also the head from the body also. So what I'm doing here, I'm just going on those edges. As you see, those sharp edges that we had over there after we've done our splitting over there. So we have those edges because we're using Dynamesh currently. So what I'm just doing, I'm just making sure that our edges are very smooth. So I'm just coming in with my clay with a brush, building up those forms where I want everything to be tight. So to save material, to make sure you don't use a lot of resin, depending on what material you're going to be using, but then it is advisable to know your articulation. So this, it's just the basics that you guys might understand how things work over here. And I have like a course also on my channel. It's also a free course, the male anatomy figure. We also went through basic articulation. It was kind of different than what we're doing over here, so you can also watch that over there for free. Now what I wanted to achieve on this one, the female figure, it was something a bit hard, but then it was something I was like so keen to achieve. So essentially what I want to do now is I want my, like, so if you're doing articulation, you have like two keys. There's a male key and there's a female key. So essentially what the male key does, it's smaller than the female key, which inserts in the female key. So what I wanted to do for my male key, I wanted to make like the humerus bone as milky, so it inserts at like this ball like socket. So I'm gonna have like that joint, that like that illusion that the humerus it's inserting in the body. So if you take out the arms, you will kind of see your muscles underneath, like for examples where your trapeze is still flowing and there's a tiny muscle over there, the one I'm underlining now, the coracoid brachialis, and then where those the biceps two tendons where they go to insert at the coracoid process over there. So I'm adding those details. I'm using the clay builder brush. So this is just having that kind of realistic feel to it, not like those normal 3D printing things we normally have. So this is kind of tricky. It's very important to know that there's no overlapping geometry. Sorry. So just make sure that there's no overlapping geometry and everything it's tight like that. And what I like doing about this, it kind of drives my 3D models to a more like my own taste to it, like not like what everyone is doing out there. So it's just trying what you think could work, but then it's all about going back and forth. Like if you have like a 3D printing company, so in this case we currently using Shapeways to 3D print for us, but then if you have like your own machine at home, it's kind of easy for you to play around with your articulation and just go wild if you can. But in this case we are doing basic articulation as we are in ZBrushCore, so I wouldn't say this is 100% um, for 3D printing, but then it does work. So it's all about going back and forth and just giving it a try, working well with your 3D printers. So there's many requirements when you're doing 3D printing. Firstly, your mesh must be watertight, and sometimes your the 3D printing company might require you to hollow your mesh, so then it's just creating that inner shell inside your mesh to save material. So it's all about saving material when you're doing 3D printing. So if you're doing just one complete piece, like that's gonna be very expensive for you guys. So what it's very important is just do a couple of cuts and then take it from there. Now I'm trying to achieve that those two tendons, so the bicep tendons, which insert over there by the scapular bone, and then here's our coracoid brachialis. I'm using the clay builder brush to come in and dig in those details. In this case, I'm like moving my mesh very hard because I'm still trying to figure out how everything will be laying out right there. And what I'm doing, as you can see, it's the same technique, just coming in, digging in, and then just Dynamesh, and then digging in, then Dynamesh. Where I see the topology it's not even, I just come in and smooth that out so I can get a nice clean topology while we dissect this over here. And I'm just moving that with my move topological. So you might not see me switching brushes again. I've just switched to full screen so I can have the whole screen to this right here, and it's kind of easy for me. There is no need for me to show those screen, as I've assigned like hotkeys for everything, like my brushes and everything. So I just move and work like that to save more time. And I truly advise you guys, as I always emphasize, to also join this workflow, which we also teach to help you guys speed up your workflow a lot. Now that's our trapezius muscle, the medial head. That's what I'm trying to achieve over there. So I'm creating the separation between those two muscles, and then this again, this is very tricky. So it takes a lot of practice, and it's just knowing what you want to achieve and knowing your anatomy, and then knowing at least basic 3D printing. And then once I have those two tendons flowing over there, I'm gonna create my the head of the humerus, which will be my male key in this case over here. That's kind of different than what we done for our male anatomy figure in a ZBrushCore. Once again, we in ZBrushCore 2020, and this it's also possible in ZBrushCore 2021. And if you're using ZBrush, then you have a lot of options to do this, to achieve this. So it's kind of easy for anyone using ZBrush to get like very, very clean articulation. And you can also save your own brushes and keys, so you won't have to create each key every time you do articulation. So it's kind of easy for anyone who has a ZBrush right there. Now, why we chose this, why we chose to tackle this, it's because some of us, like some people don't have ZBrushCore, some of them can't afford it, and some of them are trying to push this to the limit. Like for example, like a small studio, or anyone working from home, or trying like learning digital sculpting, and like they're interested in 3D printing. If you guys are one of those people, this tutorial, this class is for you guys right there. Now, we were like, our own motive was trying to push ZBrushCore to that limit, and showing that it is also possible to achieve those details even in ZBrushCore. With limited amount of features, we tried to push that right there. Again, this is basic articulation, as I always emphasize, because I don't want you guys to think that this is 100% articulation, because it is not. We just need to familiarize ourselves with 3D printing, if you guys are interested in that. But it is advisable if you're doing Ecorches, or if you're going to be sending your pieces for 3D printing. If not, you can just leave your model as a single piece, and that should be fine, because it's just going to be 3D, and that should be fine, unless you wanna be able to separate the arms from the body. But then you can also do that by creating like polygroups for your mesh, and then you can just hit like on your keyboard, like Control Shift click, I believe, on your keyboard, and then you can just select between those polygroups. Now now in this case, I'm just hiding our deltoid muscle. I just want to see how deep should I go. So be careful when doing this. Just be careful you don't go to the other side, and your mesh mustn't be too thin. So there's also like the level of thickness your mesh must be. So there is a minimum amount which you guys must avoid, you must know. So basically, working back and forth with your 3D printing company, just knowing how much of size, like how much millimeters, probably like 7 millimeters or so. It's the limited minimum amount of thickness your mesh should be. So anything lower than that might cause problems when 3D printing. So it is very important to make sure that everything is correct. So 3D printing, it's not like you in digital, you can just undo and then just make those changes. So once everything is set, over there, that might be a problem for you guys. So once everything starts printing, so it's very important to make sure everything is correct before sending it out for 3D printing. If you have like friends that can help you guys right there, and I'm also available like on the chat and on all our platforms at acanatomy.com to assist you guys where we can with this technique right here. Now back to this class, I'm just using my move topological, moving that in place, and then going back to my clay builder brush and then smoothing that out using alt or option on your keyboard to switch in between Z add and Z sub, which I told you guys on the on our first interface tutorial. So if you haven't watched the ZBrush basics, just I advise you guys to go back to the first lecture, which is introduction to ZBrush, our interface, and then we went through all of those basics right there, and the menus and all the shortcuts that you guys might need to assist you guys right there. So I advise you to, if you unfamiliar with these shortcuts and how and by switching between stuff as I'm on full screen, just revert back there and then you get all those details right there. And then again, I'm using the same technique as those previous tutorials and classes. I'm just moving that out in place, and then once I'm happy, so you see, so in this case it's all about knowing your origins and insertions again, because you cannot just draw those tenons in any position as you like, because if this is it's gonna serve for students, if I may say, if you building this for a client, if you wanna get into this for to help people with the anatomy, it needs to be an anatomy correct, so you need to test it a lot with professionals and so forth right there. I'm just creating that in our trapezius muscle using the move topological again, just checking our silhouette, zooming back out and then moving that in place, which it's something that's very important. Like, don't get too close, don't like spend a lot of time without checking your silhouette. So you need to revisit that and see if everything is still aligning, and then move those shapes. So we're still in low res, and you must make sure that you don't increase your resolutions as yet until we're done with these steps over here. So just make sure you're working in low res, cause all these details, like before you split your model, just make sure everything is low res, because a lot of details you're gonna lose when you split your model, and because you're gonna be using like Dynamesh. Probably if you're using ZBrushCore, unless you're using ZBrush, you can have like another technique, and you will lose all your details. As you can see over here, I'm still going back and forth and then emphasizing those details that we lost, and that's how it works. So just make sure that you're in the low res as we are, and again, it's easy for you guys to move those major shapes without having any problem or your system lagging or so forth. Now right now I'm concerned about the origin and insertions, and that's what I'm trying to achieve there, moving that in place. So I knew when I tackled this was gonna take long, but then in any case, so I just knew that after this we would learn a lot of stuff in ZBrushCore and how the anatomy flows underneath the deltoid muscle. So would anyone trying to understand where are these muscles originating from, and what underneath if I take out the arm, and then that's what we were trying to create. Here's our coracoidobrachialis again, and those two tendons of the bicep brachii. Just moving that tendon with my move brush, and you can also dial down the speed if it is too fast. If I'm moving too fast for you guys, just I believe you can decrease the speed and then just watch it in your own speed that you guys desire. So it's entirely up to you guys right there. smoothing that in place, and having to check all my forms again, my silhouette. Okay, switching to just checking everything that it's in place. So you must also like open the body now, because it mustn't overlap. As you can see, now we need to do those cleanups on the body. Pretty much the same technique, coming in with the smooth brush. If it pinches a lot, just switch to your inflate brush, as I done right there, and then just smooth that out, and then just use the clay pitter brush, but then using Z sub to smooth that out, to create that even forms over there. Now working on our latissimus dorsi muscle, as we know from our previous lecture that it's kinda thick on top, so just make sure you're creating those forms. And here's our teres minor. There's tiny muscle there, from the scapula to the humerus, to the head of the humerus, and then just using inflate brush, and then dynamesh, and then smooth that out. If your edges are very thin, like you saw right there, they mustn't be thin. That's a no-no. Just make sure your edges are not that thin. So I'm creating that separation between the infraspinatus and the teres minor, because they don't insert exactly in one place, but then they both insert at the head of the humerus, so they coming up from there. Here's our infraspinatus muscle. I'm using clay builder brush again. Here I'm just coming in with the smooth brush to make sure that my lines are straight, that everything flows very, very nicely right there. So I turned on my my arms, just moving that with move topological. So what to remember also, the teres major goes underneath the medial head of the tricep, so you just make sure that you don't make those overlap. That's why I never created like any tendon like going over the tricep over there. That's what I was trying to create right there. Just make sure that you have that, and you know your origins and insertions. You won't have any problems, trust me. But then just if you unsure, you can rewatch this anytime. Just cleaning that up again. As you can see, I need to move that in place. That's a bit too large. So the teres minor, it's smaller, as the name suggests. So just make sure you don't lose that. Just moving that, just making sure, smoothing that out, just making sure that it's not losing its shape. So I need to drag it over there. Just digging in with the clay builder brush. So I dig in, and then I use the dynamesh option. I'm just saving that, and move topological just to move that in place. Just moving that in place. So there must always be like a space between two objects, which must never overlap by any chance, because it's gonna be hard. Like, let's say it's done 3D printing, and it's gonna be hard for anyone to be able to join those two parts if there's any overlapping. Just make sure you're aware of that when you're doing these articulation techniques. Now I'm working on how my body will overlap with the arm, so that's why I'm taking a lot of my time to make sure that there is space for any articulation purposes. There's our lat. I'm just building up those forms, just making sure. and our infraspinatus again, using clay glitter brush with a very large brush again, using S on your keyboard to scale up your brush between your size, so just make sure you have your shortcuts in your mind, as we taught you guys on our previous classes. So I have to move this a tad, so I just increased my draw size a tad to move that in place. I'm just moving that with the move topological brush. I'm looking at overlaps, I'm looking at how the mesh intersect with each other. That's what I have in my mind right there. And then just moving it in place. And smoothing that out with our smooth brush, holding down shift. With any brush selected, you can switch between the smooth brush. Just have that, and then switch between subtools. So like holding down outer option on your keyboard, click and select your desired subtool, can actually switch between subtools, so you don't need to go to your subtool palette on your menu, which kind of takes time. Just make sure you have everything selected. Like don't have like a very large brush, you might have problems selecting anything. Now working on the arms, the deltoid muscles, where they originate from the spine of the scapula, so the posterior head. So I'm building up those forms as it has 3 heads. I'm just working on that, just making sure there's no overlaps, using the move topological brush again to make sure that there is space for good articulation. Moving more anteriorly at the deltoid muscle. And then I'm just gonna fix my pectoralis major, so I'm working on the clavicular head, as the name suggests. So it originates from the clavicle to the humerus bone right there. As you can see, I'm just moving that in place, and then having that, building up those forms ever so slightly with my clay butter brush. I'm sure you guys have noticed I use this brush almost like 80% of the time I use this brush right there, as it does a lot of work. So whether you adding forms or you removing forms, it kind of does a good job. That's why I use that a lot with the move topological brush. Again, I'm just creating that with the Damian standard. Separating that and smoothing that out is a bit too harsh, and then just isolate. So if you're kind of wondering how am I isolating the selected subtool to be only visible on the screen, I've assigned there's this solo option on the right pan menu, which it's currently orange right now, so I've assigned my own hotkey. So there's no hotkey assigned on it, I believe, by default when you open up ZBrushCore. So I've assigned the hotkey for it, so it's kind of easy for me to just show the selected subtool, so I can work very easily without me having me to go to that specific button right there, which will take me a lot of time. If you're wondering how to assign hotkeys, we went through that on our previous classes and lecture. It's kind of simple anyway, so just moving that in place. And Dynamesh, just checking my silhouette, moving back and forth, just making sure everything lines up. As you can see, I'm not too happy with the biceps brachii muscle. Just moving that. So at this stage I'm not too precious with my piece. Like sometimes I move the mesh too hard so I can see how everything flows. Switching to the body, smoothing that out. Then here's our teres major underneath the lat. So these cleanups are almost done. I'm just gonna make sure that our latissimus dorsi has that thickness there on top toward where it originates. You can see that that muscle over there has to be thick. I'm just building up those forms with the clay builder brush to make sure I have that effect on my 3D model. As you guys can see, like I'm not smoothing out a lot. I am smoothing out, but then I tend to not smooth out a lot. I just smooth out if I want to fix my topology, and then like if you're using a pen, a pen or like graphics tablet or a Cintiq, it's kind of easy for you to just control that sensitivity with your pen pressure. Just building there by the serratus muscle, and then switching back. I'm just gonna move that. I feel like it's overlapping with the arms, so just making sure there's no overlaps and everything is in a place right there. Just moving that in place, smooth that out. Till I'm happy with what I see. So this is entirely up to you. So how you want it to intersect, that's how you must make it over there. Just make sure it doesn't overlap, as I always emphasize. Just building up those forms again, as they're kind of not even, and making sure everything is straight and our topology it's clean. Just saving that. So now we almost done with the arms and the body, so we need to switch to the head. I'm just gonna make sure everything is aligning. I'm kind of picky over here, so I'm always moving, just testing if, just making sure if everything works very fine. As you can see, I'm just building that and just checking if there's anything I can fix. Just building up those form and then Dynamesh. Building that up and then Dynamesh. As you can see, there's no, I was trying to cover that space. Yeah, as you can see, everything is covered now. So when you're making your cuts, it is very important to select, try to select options that like areas that won't be visible. Like for example, if you're doing cut for a character with a t-shirt, you must make your cuts on the seams of the t-shirts, because in that way it's going to be hard for anyone to pick that this model is split, but then everything will just join together, because that's where everyone expects to that 3D model will have seams. So make sure you selecting good areas. In this case I selected the deltoid and the scapula and the clavicle, so you kind of won't like see any seams right there. So now I'm just masking out the head from the body using the same technique when we split those arms. So basically using the mask. holding down Control or Command on your keyboard, and then just draw that with your pen or your mouse, whatever you're using. See, I'm just drawing that. So holding on auto option, you can remove the mask right there. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna split by mask points, and then we have separate geometry. So I've separated the geometry. So I went to the subtool palette and I went to split, and you can choose split mask point. That will create a new subtool with the mask area. Now I have like two subtools, the head and the body, which I'll leave it here, and then I'll just do those cleanups where it's needed. Now here's our pectoralis. I'm using the trim dynamic just to make sure everything is straight. Smoothing that out, and then just using inflates to make sure that there's no pinching on our mesh. Using inflate again, then dynamesh, and then smooth that out, and then using the trim dynamic. As you can see how it creates that clean topology when you remove forms. And then now I can use my my clay builder brush, just smoothing that out again, just digging in, and then dynamesh, and then just making sure the topology flows very well. So we're moving towards the end of our lecture, and I hope you guys understand how this works. Just moving that in, and then smoothing that out, and then smooth. I'm currently like all over the place, just checking my geometry. And now to the head, we need a lot of cleaning up. There's a lot of cleaning up to be done over here. So just make sure you dynamesh so you can close those holes. Just gonna move that. Hold up. Okay, and then switching between these subtools I have now I've got my head, my arms, and the body. That's the only articulation I wanted. I believe this will do for now. Like, you can even go like more deep, like separating the legs from the body, but in this case there was no need for us to go that route right there. I'm just smoothing my geometry to make sure everything is clean, and then I'm just going to use my clay builder brush to build that up. My infraspinatus muscle, I need to open up my arms, and then I'll see if this will align. So this is just testing. As you can see, I'm using trim dynamic to make sure that everything. So this is just testing. I just want to test if this won't intersect with the arms. And just building that spine. As you can see, we have very thin geometry. I'm just using inflate and clay builder brush to build up those forms, working on our chromium process of the scapula. Smoothing that out, having that in our mind, the anatomy again, which it's very important. Okay, now we have that. Just so it's basically repeating the same technique to on all those edges. So basically, if it's too thin, you can use your inflate brush, and then just come in with the smooth brush and have those details in place. Still working on the chromating process, where it articulates with the clavicle of there, and then I'm just going to move that in place to get that feel. It's important to check like if there's no overlapping going on. So we're moving towards the end of this lecture, and I hope you guys understood what we went through. So it's Adrian from MacyAnatomy.com. See you guys on the next. So let's run quickly through these eyeballs we have. As you see on screen, we've already started with this. Again, we're in ZBrushCore 2020, and we just gonna come in. So if I just want to bring this to your attention again, I'm Adrian from MacyAnatomy.com, and welcome to this lecture where we're going to be sculpting an eyeball, as we have already started adding those details, working on the iris object, which is it's going to be combined with the sclera. It's going to be like a single object with the poop with everything. So we already started with the sketching out. As you see, I'm moving around, building up those forms around those lines that we've sketched earlier. Now I'm just coming in, switching between those. So if you look at the bottom of the screen, I've made, you can see my brushes palette. You can kind of see which brushes am I using to finish this right here. So I see I'm just drawing those lines, just coming in. Look at your reference. There's tons of reference online to find these irises. As you see, once I've done those sketches, now look at, I'm just moving in those lines, in between those lines with the build-up brush. So I created my own build-up brush with Alpha 36, and you can also use the clay build-up brush as I'm using over here, but it creates those rough edges that needs you to come smooth again. So that's why you see I'm coming with the smooth brush, making sure everything lines up, and then I'm coming with the build brush now, with the clay build-up brush. You see I'm coming in, speeding up those forms. As you see how rough it is and how strong am I coming in to build these over here. So we will try to make these 3D models, this eyeball model available for our students that need them, because we as like a base mesh, and also for personal use, so that you guys might study this very easy. I'm just gonna carve that in with the clay build-up brush, and just redynamesh and carving that in. Again, I'm creating that shadow, that realistic feel to it, that it's a real hole underneath on our irises. So there's a lot of variation between irises, and they tend to be different with people. So if you like search online, you can kind of see the variation that we have as humans. So there's these irises are different. I'm gonna come in with my Damien standard. I'm gonna do these sketches, because it kind of helps us to as guides, so we don't need to stress ourselves when we coming in with build up those forms. So before you build those forms, just do these sketches over here as you see me do, and it will help you. And just turn on radial symmetry, just so soft, just move in. As you see, there's not enough polygons, but then this will kind of work for us. I'm just coming in like so with the Damien standard and radial symmetry, and just come in and building up with the standard brush. Just pick up those lines, around those lines, just creating that illusion. As you see over here, just picking up those forms, just picking up around those lines, just randomly, just coming in, looking at our reference. So I've turned off symmetry, yes, just coming in, just building that with the standard brush, as you see me holding on over there, pulling that up ever so slightly, and then turn on symmetry, and then I'm just going to create that inside our iris. So I'm just carving and holding on Alt Option on your keyboard, and then that's what I get. So I have that. Now I can now switch between with my build brush, a art build brush, which I created using the clay builder brush. It's actually the clay builder brush, but then I added another alpha to it, so I believe it's alpha 36, something that was soft. You can also add your own alphas if you wanna. Just gonna come in, dynamish that. I'm gonna smooth that out. Just come in like so, carving that in. So that's gonna be quick class, but then I'm sure you guys can see like when I use this brush over here, it kind of comes in like so. See, my build brush just makes life very easy. Redynamish that. So I get a lot of pinching, so I'm just gonna pick up just gonna build over there on top, and don't be afraid to exaggerate this for now. We might decrease in the details, but at this stage I'm just exaggerating everything. Just carving in that in, just redynamishing that, smoothing that out. So I just need to add those forms. As you see, I'm getting holes here. Pinch that in. Just gonna smooth that out. Come in, build up around those lines that we drew, as you see, ever so slightly. And then I'm just gonna with my standard brush again. So this works very nice. When I drag those lines, it kind of creates those straight lines, which is smooth around the edges. So that's what I use normally to pick up those lines. So normally for our irises that you've seen us do, if you look at our channels, we've recorded free tutorials just going through this technique that we're doing over here. So as you can see, it's basically using these brushes and just coming in, doing that those sketching first, and then just come in. It's very easy when you come in with the brushes once you have your sketches. So I also have my reference on the side, just an iris object I found on Pinterest. You can find a lot of reference on Pinterest, which you can use for yourself, just to help to guide you guys to see all those details that we have. I'm just gonna carve that in, and just gonna come in and smooth that out. Just gonna make sure I have all my details right there. I'm using the standard brush, as you see over here. My hand being very harsh, as I just wanna make sure that I have those details in place. Like if you're gonna be exporting these as maps or like 3D printing, if you want to do that, so just make sure whenever you're sculpting in ZBrush, you actually emphasize your details. So like, because you're gonna lose some of the details when you're gonna be extracting these, or you're gonna be 3D printing these. So it's always important to go into town with the details. Just exaggerate a bit with those details, and it will kind of help you guys to not lose most of your details when you're gonna be extracting these. I'm just gonna come in again with my build brush, and then just gonna move around those lines we drew, and just move around these lines we drew over there, build up those forms. And if you're wondering how I done those veins and that noisy texture, it's essentially, as you see over here, it's essentially just applying the noise, surface noise on our mesh, just reducing the intensity, and then adding those veins with the drag erect brush. You can find these offers online also of veins, and just drag those randomly without symmetry, just dragging them. So to achieve that realism to it, we kind of ditched a symmetry. So this is not high res actually, so it wasn't intended to be actually, just that if you look at from far, if you look on it from far, you can just actually see those major shapes in place and everything well built, just creating that realistic feel to it. Redynamish that, and you see we're almost done with our shapes and our eyeball over here. And it's not intended to be a super high resolution iris. It's just for us to capture those details, kind of create that realistic feel to it. If you probably look from far, and if you zoom in very closely, you see I'm creating those lines with the standard brush. My draw size being very soft. I'm just gonna blend that together. Just gonna try blend it together with the standard brush ever so slightly. Gonna dynamish that. As you can see, probably like if you wanna save polygons, as you see we on 2 million polygons, you can actually use I'm gonna grab the alpha 7 over here. I'm just gonna come in with the standard brush, just creating those texture, as you can see. So that's how you can also create that noisy texture, that bumpy texture. So if you look at these irises online, human irises, realistic irises, they have that rough surface on them, and it's kind of that noisy. I'm trying to create that feel to it also, but that's how they are. So if you see me using that brush, I'm just gonna carve in again with the standard brush, and then that's what I have. So I have that noise, and then redynamish that, and then just turn and check my model. So if we will be adding like the cornea layer on top, which is that almost like a glass surface, the reflective surface we have on top of our sclera and our iris object, we will be then just making sure that our irises, it's not pointing outward but then inward. So if we're going to be adding refraction on top of our on our cornea object, and then we will have that refraction effect of the real human eye. So but on this case, this it's built for 3D printing, so there won't be any of those rendering techniques. But if you're making this eye or these models for 3D printing, just make sure you have that. Now you see I'm adding that noisy texture, and then I'm grabbing my veins, dragging them randomly with the drag erect and the standard brush, as you saw over there, very quickly. I'm just gonna grab my clay butter brush and just go around the edges to create that that bumpy surface around the iris. Like whenever the iris it's like blending with the sclera, it has like those edges, those rough edges on the side. I'm just trying to create that effect with my standard build brush. Just make sure it's not too harsh as I done over there. So I'm just making sure I'm gonna make it a bit soft, and then I'm just gonna leave it like that. Just making sure it's quite soft. Probably like turn off symmetry if you wanna to create that realistic feel to it. Just gonna come in like so, that bumpy surface, just blending the scalera and the iris object, just coming in very very softly, just building that up. And you can also use, like if you're in ZBrush, you can also use this fantastic brush which is the elastic. So I kind of created this brush myself, so because this was recorded in ZBrushCore, and I believe it's also in ZBrushCore, but you just need to double check that. I'm not quite sure, but you can just use any brush that builds very very softly, or you can create it yourself, just following our technique that we went through. Essentially just grabbing the clay putter brush and then adding a soft alpha, like alpha 36 or any alpha you find in a ZBrush. Just moving that with the move topological brush, just making sure everything it's straight and those curves are not that jaggy. I'm just smooth that out where I can, just moving that in, just move that in place. Just coming back in. Alright, welcome to secondary forms in ZBrushCore 2020. Welcome to this lecture, and we want to be focusing on, I believe we're going to try focus on the neck and the arms if we can, also cover the body. Essentially what I'm currently doing, like just moving those serratus anterior with my move topological brush, and I'm just trying to finesse that where I can before we move on to the other parts of the body over there. So I have my body selected. It's only that I have selected, and then I'm just moving that in with the move topological brush, like so. So this is it's going to be secondary forms. As you see, we already have those primary forms in our advantage. So everything we have at this current stage, we just going to be working on those secondary forms on top of our mesh. So I'm planning to focus on the neck and also the arms if we have time, but probably this it's also split into two parts, so you can also follow along on the next lecture. We're gonna finish where we left off and the second lecture. So working on the muscles over there, just so you see I'm drawing, and then I'm just carving in with the clay putter brush, and I'm just dynameshing where I see the topology not flowing very very well. That's the beauty of working with a dynamesh at this stage, while we still building up our forms, because we are not too concerned about the topology at this stage. We kind of worried how about how our flow of the proportions it's working out. So you see me there just carving in very very harsh where I can, because we already know that we have the topology at our advantage, just using dynamesh, which it's the great feature to just start when you're just doing these block out. You just want to use that dynamesh at your advantage, like so. Just gonna carve that in and then re-dynamesh, and I'm just gonna smooth that out. As you can see, I'm digging digging in very very harsh. I'm just carving in very harsh, so we can have those shadows and ambient occlusion and that realistic feel to it. Like if everything is a bit shallow, you kind of not be able to read out those forms very very clearly. which I normally see, but then we went a step ahead and we just moving in very hard with these strokes. We're just coming in so each student can be able to identify the muscles separately over there. So I'm just carving in very hard with my clay butter brush and then dynameshing, and then I'm just going to smooth that out and build up these forms with the clay butter brush. What I'm going to do, as I see you guys see, I've hidden my my brushes palette underneath. So I normally have the brushes palette, which kind of helps you guys when you're looking on screen to know which brushes am I currently using. So I'm currently using Damien Standard. What I'm gonna do for the rest of this lecture, I'm gonna try make sure that I call out these brushes as I come in with these brushes and sculpt, so you guys won't be too much confused on how on which brush am I using currently right now. I'll try to be on point, building up those forms with the clay butter brush, and then I'm dynameshing, and then I'm just smoothing that out, then dynamesh that. So how I hid these this and just have these full screen. I just hit tab on your keyboard, so just click tab on your keyboard, and then you have this full screen over here. So you can basically switch between these two screens, full screen and the normal screen right there, using clay butter brush and then just dynameshing, and then coming and putting up those forms, making a flat surface, mostly like even, almost straight, and then just coming in on this side with the clay butter brush, coming in with the clay butter brush and then smoothing that out, and then using Damien Standard just to carve that in to get those lines in place like so. Just carving that in with the Damien Standard and redynamation, clay building up, build up those forms right there. So what do we have right now? It's like if you're a beginner and you actually don't know how to assign these hotkeys on your brushes, as you don't see me as you don't see my brushes, but then these brushes I'm just changing them on my keyboard. So of course I've assigned each and every brush that I normally use on the keyboard, so I can quickly switch between them very quickly, which it's something we advise that everyone should do. If you want to work very fast and more efficient, just make sure you've assigned these brushes on your keyboard, and you can move very quickly with us over here. So to assign these hotkeys on your brushes, I believe if you've watched you can also watch that our beginner the introduction to ZBrushCore, where we went through the interface. So just revert back to our previous lectures, probably like the first 3 lectures are like introductions, for it's exclusively for beginners. So if you kind of want to know your way around ZBrushCore, so before you jump into any other courses, any other classes we have, I strongly advise you guys to just start with those beginner interface ZBrushCore tutorials that we have for you guys lined up right there. So what I wanted to do, just combine these muscles, neck muscles, with some of the like other systems, like veins going through, like inside interior veins, those arteries, if I could, but I wasn't too sure how am I going to be laying it out. So like if someone is doing a study, I just wanted to have those muscles overlapping, and probably just add those veins if I have time. But then in this case, we're just focusing on those muscles overlapping, like realistically, just that you can see and understand from far. Like let's say you have your textbook, let's say you have your diagram, you can actually see these forms in place, but so you won't get stuck with those 2D drawings, which it's very impossible to understand those forms. So that's why we going way too deep with these muscles and with these forms right here, so anyone can understand and see very clearly how these forms are laying over here. See over here, I'm switching to my legs as I promised I was gonna work on the arms and the neck. But then sorry, but by now you guys actually know that I kind of don't stay in one place, but then I just move around to make sure that I am missing nothing at all. So I'm just gonna use my clay butter brush, use Dynamation, make sure everything is lining up. So we have our tibia bone, as you see over here. I'm just fixing that, making sure we have that articulation going on over there. And here's our femur with our iliotibial band on the side. And I'm just gonna move and switch between view all our models, so switch between the models. So I'm just gonna click Alt option, just making sure these just come in like so with the Damian standard. And I'm still gonna finish that. I just want to figure out how am I gonna join everything so it can actually look like it's a single mesh, but then you can see those split lines. Just gonna carve in very deep with the Damian standard, working on our face again, and I'm just gonna try switch between those. As you see, I've just jumped around now to the body. I'm just moving that in, because like whenever I like zoom out and look at my model, I kind of get like distracted at like probably like a mistake on my 3D model. I kind of get like distracted, and I just can't stop to just come in and just fix that before I forget, before I don't see it anymore. So just make sure that if you see any mistake, just jump into it and make sure that you actually fix it before you even forget or move to anything else, which I strongly advise you guys to do. So I'm just gonna move that, my move topological brush, my teres minor, and I'm just building up that, making sure everything is correct, as you see over there. So like ZBrush tries to show us those shadows, as you can see right there. So whenever I dig in very deep, I just want to see more of those, because like if you're looking on this model from far, I just wanted to read well even from far, and to have that realistic feel to it. So that's why we going to town with the details right now. There's not the details anyway, but then the these forms have to be hard and strong. So that's why I have that right there, which that's cool. Now I'm just coming in using the same technique, clay butter brush, and then I'm just dynamashing where I can, just putting around those, working on my tendons right there, and then just carving in with the Damian standard, and then building that up, just building up those forms with the clay butter brush, which is a brush I normally use a lot. So when you see me drawing lines like those straight lines, that's me normally using Damian standard. And when you see me building up forms or subtracting excuse me, those forms with those rough edges on the surface, that's me using the clay build up brush, which those are the brushes I normally use, and I just use a move topological brush to move those forms into place. That's like the main brushes you'll see me using in these classes and lectures. And just redynamation, when you see me drag on screen, I'm just trying to redynamish everything, as you see over here. Just gonna build up those forms. I'm just gonna clean that up, smoothing that in, just dynamashing. Just gonna come in like so. I'm just gonna carve in, just making sure I'm redefining our tendons over there. You're working on our extensor digitorum. Here we have it there. As you can see, our ulnar bone, that's what I want to achieve, so that you guys might see the skeleton underneath. Just gonna carve in the flexor carpi ulnaris. Just walking around my model, just panning around, rotating around to see those mistakes from far. And we also might also like just so we like check proportions all the time, like after making those major forms. So whenever you make those major forms, just make sure you check your proportions. In this case, we're using these heads to check our proportions, but then just make sure you check proportions also using any technique you want to use. But then in this case, it was the head, so as a measurement. So I have a problem with subdivisions. Yeah, I'm trying to increase these subdivisions so I can come in and add those details. But yeah, I'm just gonna carve in with the Damian stand. As you see, life is very easy for us right now because we spent a lot of times with the primary forms and the secondary shapes. Now when we come in with the with adding those almost fine details on our mesh, like carving in, we have that that freedom to not stress ourselves a lot because everything is almost in place right there. Just gonna carve in very soft with my Damian standard, just making sure I'm drawing those lines because this is an anatomy study, Ecorche. We need to see those muscles, we need to see where they're going, just having like an understanding. If we have a textbook on the side or a diagram, we need to understand how is everything flowing and how everything it's lining up right there. Just gonna carve in and just move that with the move topological brush, and then I'm just gonna smooth that out ever so slightly. I'm gonna carve in like so. Just gonna move that in, and then move that like so. Just carving that in, making sure it's in place. Just cover that. Just maintain that. Spoon it up, and with the clay butter brush, my intensity it's very low at this stage because I'm not planning on building up large forms. It's just for me. Look at those lines I'm creating with the clay butter brush. So this will kind of trick the eye that it's almost like a fascia. That fascia sheet, so this band it's actually wrapping around those muscles. So that's what I'm trying to create over there with just these brush strokes, these soft brush strokes with the clay butter brush and the Damian standard to create those lines. So I'm trying to create that illusion that this band of the biceps brachii, it's actually wrapping around our muscles over there. You can see hardly smoothing a lot, which I do sometimes if the forms are not lining up, but I also tend to make sure that I build very smooth. You see me smoothing like so, just coming in there, just working on our corneus muscle now, just coming in with the Damian standard, just carving in around those forms, knowing our muscles origins and insertions. We know that it inserts at the radius, so I'm just carving, moving those lines across as it goes underneath the brachioradialis muscle, the big muscle that you see on top, that it flows under. Just gonna carve in also now. I'm gonna make sure the palmaris longus muscle is that small muscle that supply the digits of the palm. actually like supplies the palm and then sends that. So I'm just gonna make sure I have that, knowing the muscles origins and insertions. Yes, I cannot stop fussing about that. Like it doesn't get off my head. It's like probably like some people get irritated, like, oh, why are you always repeating the same stuff? But then it's something I teach all the time. Like even on our channels, it's those steps that we always go through in our classes, and even on our free classes and lectures we have normally monthly with our students. It's just those steps. Like you need to know the skeleton, which it's something that it's hard to start and like learning. It's like something ignored. Like when I first had to study anatomy and I was told to start with the skeleton, I was like, but then this thing is hardly even visible in the skin. What's the whole point of me just why? Because I just want to know muscles. Why do I have to study the skeleton underneath? It like never made sense for me for a couple of months or so, until I realized, like when I started studying it, then then everything just came like in a click. Like it came to me, like the importance of the skeleton, and how you can track those muscles while knowing the skeleton. So it came with me with time, and I truly appreciate that. So that's why if you ever hear someone or any teacher just tell you, even us, when we tell you just start with the skeleton, if you want to know these the anatomy, you need to know the skeleton. It's very crucial. But then once you start studying the skeleton, you actually understand what we actually mean. So you start with that, and then know the muscles origins and insertions, and then you do a lot of practice. You practice, and then you will be right. So depending on how far you want to go with the anatomy, if you just want to be a character artist, or just get yourself a job, or just start your own studio and just do those characters, it's not that compulsory to dive in very, very deep. But then you need to follow along with the story. Just know all your superficial muscles and your skeleton. You don't need to know all the super deep muscles that are underneath, but you also need to know some of the deep muscles which affect the skin sometimes. So it's just that. And I'm just coming in with the Damien stand and carving in again. You see, it's kind of easy for us. I don't know if you guys can see, because we also have those guidelines now from the forms, the primary forms and the secondary shapes that we created earlier. So when I come in with the Damien standard, as you see, just creating those strokes, I'm not using any lazy step or anything. I don't know if you can see. I'm just moving my brush like I'm sketching. As you can see, I'm just going all over the line very, very softly. So once I see that my line is straight, I just come in and carve over that line, and then just redefining that with the Damien standard. That's the tendon of the flexor carpi ulnaris, which originates from the medial epicondyle of the humerus to the carpal on the ulnar side, as the name suggests. Just gonna carve in again, just to redefine that, create that separation that we have there. Just gonna make that in play. Just carving that in. See, everything is not too harsh, but then we have like the subdivisions at our advantage. So we're currently working with the subdivisions, and this is what we always tell you guys. Just make sure when you add in those fine details, you on your subdivisions and you working with that. Because it's kind of easy when you want to switch between you want to move those major forms, and you're not stuck now. You can't move everything very quickly with your move brushes or your move topological brush. If you have your lower subdivision, you can just switch to the lower subdivision and then move those major forms if you wanna work that way. So we strongly advise you guys work with subdivisions when you're gonna be adding those fine details like we adding over here. Just redefining that, working on our triceps. I always just come in very softly just to divide those heads, which we made a mistake, like we never divided them at the when we were adding those secondary shapes. So I'm trying to divide those heads as it has 3 heads as the name suggests. I'm just building up that. Luckily, like on a female, it's not that defined, so we don't need to worry about that. But I'm just gonna come in and I'm just gonna carve that in like so, making sure that everything is in place. Smoothing that out, just making sure my line is straight. As you see, I'm a bit fussy about it. I'm a bit like that. I just want to make sure that line is, it's like I'm like satisfied, but then don't try to be perfectionist. But then when you're doing these models for people to study, just making sure you work on them. Just make sure to try to make them perfect, though they might not be perfect, but then at least you tried to push yourself to make sure that they're almost perfect. Just try to capture those details and the anatomy being very, very correct. Obviously there's always a variation with the anatomy, but just make sure that you have your models tested and they are anatomically correct. Okay, so this only applies if you're gonna be probably like supplying these models for, like, if you want to create these models to help teach some people, if you want to do that. So just make sure that you spend a lot of time, even twice, almost double the time that average person will spend. Like if an average person will spend normally like 12 hours or 13 hours on this, just sculpting this for personal use and for their own self. Like imagine now if you wanna now also teach people with this, if you wanna probably like help your school or anything, I don't know. So it's always important to probably like spend now even 48 hours. I'm just saying, like spend like the 48 hours. It's nothing, like 48 hours, like when you're gonna be sculpting this. But then the research before these 48 hours need to take like a month or so, just researching, just watching dissections, and going through our tutorials and having our models on the side as a reference if you wanna to study in 3D. So a lot of research needs to be invested if you wanna dive deep with the anatomy, because you need to know almost like all the deep muscles now, and all the origins and insertions, and how every muscles influence each muscle, and if there's any form of movement. So we also have the anatomy in motion series on our channels, which we teach when muscles are in movement. So just make sure if you want to dive deep, you make sure that you spend a lot of time in research. Honestly, before we tackle these models in ZBrush, before we opened up the ZBrush, we spent a lot of time, a huge amount of time with the research and cadaver, and for medical professionals, just to know, just to study before we try to tackle any of these models that we do and supply to you guys. So we're moving towards the end of our lecture, and there's going to be a part 2 which will follow after this. So I'm very glad for your guys' time, and I hope you guys understand. If there's any question, again, just don't hesitate, just comment or just send us a message, or reach out to us in our social media platforms or our website. Anyway, just we are here to assist you guys where we can. And so it is time now. Let's just continue on the rest of the next lecture. It's Adrian from asayanatommy.com, and I will see you guys on the next one. Hey, now the part we all been waiting for, the micro details, actually the fine details in ZBrushCore. Again, we're in ZBrushCore. We adding those fine details using again our famous brushes. Demo standard, I'm digging in, creating those lines, and where I have those our bones showing in over there, I use the clay powder brush to create that bone texture going on over there, using the demo standard again with my brush size not that small as you can see on screen, just making sure our lines are straight, cause that will be very, very handy. Checking the topology again, just making sure you fix it with the smooth brush, very, very soft, coming in with the Damien standard brush over there. And next, look at that, we're using the Damien standard again. So I'm just gonna go through each and every muscle, each and every tendon actually, and making sure our lines are straight, making sure our details are emphasized, which that will work well for us over there. Just digging that in, switching between our subdivisions, because we working on subdivisions right now, so it's kind of easy for us to switch to the lowest subdivisions. So it's important to work with your subdivisions again, as it will make your life very, very easy. Not too fussy with one place, working on our bone over there, our radius bone, I said radialis, our radius bone. So it's kind of showing between those tendon muscles of the tendon, and I'm just using the clay builder brush to create that bony effect that we have going on over there. It's kind of the same technique once again, and then I'm just making sure I know where I'm sending those tendons. I'm not just drawing lines, so it's very important to, you see, like those forms we created in our previous lectures, they're kind of working for us now, because we just drawing in between those forms that we had already, so it's kind of easy for us. So if you have like a bumpy surface, you can just grab your smooth brush and make sure your lines are straight, make sure your surface is smooth and there's no anything bumpy to it, except if it's bones or that can be rough a bit. But your muscles, just make sure they almost smooth. It doesn't have to be like 100% smooth, but then just make sure everything it's in place over there. Again, just carving in our extensor carpi radialis longus, and then our brachialis muscle, moving downwards to our extensor carpi radialis brevis, and then our extensor digitorum muscle, and our adductor and our extensor pollicis longus and pollicis brevis. So those that abduct and extend the thumb. So just make sure you sending those tendons to the correct position. As you can see, that's where I am sending them. So they originate from the radius bone at the back over there. You can kind of see it over here, but then you need to know your muscle origins and insertion. But then if you just want to study the anatomy, it's very important. Just look at your reference and then know how to sculpt this. Just knowing how to look at your forms, and that's that. So I spent a lot of time with dissections before I tackled this. I don't know if I mentioned to you this before, but I spent a lot of time with dissections, and a lot of research was done before I opened up ZBrush and tackled this. So I suggest you guys do the same. So once you open ZBrush and you start carving your muscles, you kind of know where everything is flowing, because you know the anatomy at the back of your head. If it takes you guys to know the names first, just go through that. It can kind of help you. So again, carving again with the extensor digitorum muscle using the Damian standard, and our tendons that flow underneath over there, having those in mind. Just carving that in, and grab some water. So like at this stage, the Damian standard, or any brush you choose, or the slash brush, any brush you choose that can carve those details, it's the brush we normally use in this last stage when we adding those fine details. So I'm creating the illusion that those tendons that go underneath those muscles and our bones and our metacarpals, etc. I'm gonna be creating that, because what we going through over here, we also showing our bones, actually our skeletal system underneath, and our muscles on top, some of the deep muscles. So what's actually showing, if you peel off the skin, I know that sounds harsh, but then that's how it is over here. And smoothing that out, as you can see, I'm having that bumpy surface, which is not ideal at this stage, as these are our muscles. So I'm smoothing that out with a smooth brush, holding down shift. With any brush selected, you can switch to the smooth brush. That's very easy. Those are the basics. I'm just repeating myself because I don't want you guys to get lost along the way. And again, if you have any questions, just don't forget to shout. Using the clay builder brush again, I'm just coming in there, as you can see, ever so slightly. You can, my intensity, I'm on full screen, so you can't see right now, but my intensity, I normally keep it at depends on the situation, but I normally keep it at, like when I'm doing these fine details, I normally keep it at 5 or lower than that. Probably like the lowest I go to, it's 2, 3, 4, 5. You can play around with those and see which works for you guys. Again, it's kind of easy for us, as you can see. If we creating those lines, they almost straight near the digitorum, and then there's our small muscle over there, the extensor digiti minimi. So the extensor muscles, those are ones are on the side. So the muscles that are facing with your palm. So if you hold down your arm and your palm facing toward your face, those muscles that are also facing towards you, momentarily, those are your flexor muscles. So at the back of the flexor muscles, you have your extensor muscles. So that's a trick to remember those names. It's kind of handy for you guys. So coming in again with the clay builder brush, building up those forms, which it's very important. So like you can get this, like you're currently like working on your fine details, but then you see that actually you missed some of your forms over there, so you can like switch between subdivisions, or just smooth that out, or just do anything it takes to build those forms again. So that's what I'm doing over here. I'm drawing those lines, and I'm working on our trapezius again. So it has 3 heads as the name suggests. So tri, that's how to remember it. Tri has 3 heads, and bicep has 2 heads. So I'm building that in. So I'm building up those forms. As I stated previously, that it can happen that you missed those forms at the earlier stage, so you have the freedom to come back and build up those forms ever so slightly with the clay builder brush, or any brush that can help you work very faster, or that is more convenient for you. You can select that brush, it is fine, and that's how you can work everything in place. So as you know, we have our elbow, also known that. So I'm creating that bony texture with the clay builder brush, as we also done like on our previous lectures. It's kind of the same technique, so you can like mask and just add that noise, but then it can kind of take time. So you can also use this technique again to build up that bony texture that you can have over there on our elbow, so known as a lacronon. So I'm just moving that, digging that in with the clay builder brush again, smoothing that out. You can see now I've just switched to another location and then building that up. And then coming back in. Let's see. So like where I drew those lines, I can come in with the clay builder brush to build that up. So we have our medial epicondyle of the humerus over there, where those muscles originate. So those flexor, those enconeus, from the medial epicondyle of the humerus. So that's the bone we have there going on underneath. So I have my muscles in my mind, I have my skeleton underneath, so I know which bones do show if you peel off the skin, and which muscles cover which bones. So those superficial muscles and those deep muscles which kind of protrude out if you look very, very closely. Again, I'm working on our humerus, and then that empty space over there, I'm also working on that. Pretty much the same technique as our previous lectures, your classes. It's using these famous brushes. So we don't have much control, but this was just to show you guys that even in ZBrushCore we can achieve this amount of detail. So I believe the maximum amount of polygons you can have for a single subtool is around 20 million, if I'm not mistaken. You can have like 20 million polygons for each subtool, so just you can play around with that. But then it kind of like depends on what kind of system you have, what kind of machine you're using. So don't try to reach that amount of polygons. You can choke your system, and your system will start lagging, and you can't be able to work properly, and it will take you forever to achieve those details. So we're not even in high res right now. So these arms, I believe, are around 5 million polygons, but I'll show you guys, you'll see on our another classes. I'm just on full screen now, but that's I believe that's all we need to achieve these details. As you can see, I'm very zoomed in right now, so you can even zoom in even more and nothing will happen, so we won't have any problems with that. Again, using the same technique where we have those shapes, those forms, those secondary shapes, we're coming in around those lines, around those forms, and then we're using our smooth brush, smoothing that out, and using our Damian standard to create that illusion of a bone texture effect we have there. Building up that with my brush over there, clay build up brush, and then so that's our ulnar bone. So it's more medial, so towards the body. That's how to track that. So that's our ulnar bone, the one I'm working on right now. That's how it looks there. So I'm creating that so anyone can kind of differentiate between a bone and a muscle. So normally muscles are quite smooth than bones. Some bones like depends on the age actually, but then like some surfaces are quite rough, so it's important to know that when you doing these kind of sculpts over here. As you can see, I'm always exaggerating sometimes, so if you're going to be 3D printing this, or I don't know how you're going to be working on this, or if you're going to export some maps, you kind of lose those micro details. Some of the details get lost, so it's important to just try to emphasize where you can, and that will help you guys to achieve those details wherever you take your 3D models. So you won't actually like lose any details, because you kind of exaggerated from the details you want to achieve. So you won't be limited to anything, whether 3D printing or anything you want to be taking your models to. You will still have those details underneath, so don't be afraid to exaggerate where you can, but not too much, but then just keeping that realism to it and keeping the anatomy in your mind as always. That's what we emphasize. Again, my intensity is very low, and I'm not smoothing all like the entire bone, so I'm smoothing some pieces. So I just want to show also the rough surface of that bone. As you can see at the edges, it's kind of rough, and that's what I want to achieve over here. And then you can see I'm switching to the radius bone also, and creating that same effect also over there. Just moving that out, zooming out to see our silhouette. It's a cool technique to also involve in your guys' workflow. Don't forget about the silhouette and the bones underneath. So basically the skeleton underneath, don't forget about that. That's very important. Grab some water. So as you can see, there is still more work to be done over here. So sometimes it is very important to just close ZBrush, probably like take a break for, depends on how fast your brain freshens up. Probably like open it tomorrow, or after a few hours, probably take a walk or walk a dog or anything that helps you cool down and relax and meditate, whatever works for you guys. So, and then come back and open up ZBrush, and then you'll see those mistakes you had there going on. I'm not saying I'm 100% satisfied with these models. I doubt any piece is complete. but there's always that we have, like, as artists, we want to revisit our pieces, our artwork here and there, like, as time goes by. So that's how you know you are actually learning. So if you look back at the models you done probably like months ago or years ago, you can kind of see, like, you have this in your mind, like, what was I thinking when I published this? But then that's how you know that you are actually learning something. You're actually learning something new. You're actually growing as an artist, because you can actually identify those mistakes, and there's always room for any improvement. So I wouldn't say like these models are 100% done, which that will be a lie. I doubt the any art is ever finished, but it always needs us to revisit these models again. But then just make sure you spend a lot of time with this. Just try to push it to the limit as possible. Like, when you look back to at them, you won't see uh, too much work needed, but you will see, like, okay, I can probably like add something, but it mustn't look that bad. Again, switching to the other side, carving in our details and then smoothing that out. As you can see, I'm not too worried about the topology now, because we have our topology now. Everything is in place. It's coming in there. So now I'm just gonna switch on to the lower subdivision and fix our silhouette. As you can see over there, just moving that in place, and that's what we get. And then moving back to our high subdivision with D. So to switch between the lower subdivisions on your keyboard as a shortcut, that what I was doing right there. If you guys don't know, it's Shift D to move to the lower subdivision, and then D to move to the highest subdivision. Those are the basics, and I believe you can get it on our ZBrush interface classes that we went through. So you can see the power of working with subdivision levels. So you can kind of switch back and forth with your major forms, so you're not stuck now with those forms. You can kind of correct it when you want to correct them. It is very important to have that in mind when you're sculpting. So once you're happy with everything, so if you're not going to be creating any holes or anything, once you're happy with your piece, if you're not going to be digging in too much, what you have with your piece, just make sure you turn off Dynamesh. So you ditch Dynamesh and and then you switch to regular subdivisions, so you can have like a good workflow that won't limit you along the way. So ever so slightly using the clay butter brush and then smoothing that out where I see it's too harsh, and then creating that. You can see I'm never in one place. I'm all over the show, just training my eye to kind of identify those mistakes very, very easily. So I make sure I have that in my mind wherever I am doing something. Then I clean that up. So that's our humorous. So what I did with this model, it's kind of different with the one with our male and then my figure. So as you can see over here, it's also showing the head of the humerus. So this was something I wanted to try out. Like, if you're gonna be 3D printing this, I also created like a hole on our body, so which is larger than this head over the humerus over here. So it can kind of insert, so this ball socket can kind of insert at the humerus. So I was trying this out. if like anyone wants to study the anatomy of the arm, can just remove those arms and then have that for themselves. It's kind of easy to see those muscles very easily, like where they originate and insert. So you can kind of see where everything is originating and inserting over there. Looking on our hand or palm over there, so the hand, it's almost bone, like 100% bone, so it's like 95 or 90% bone, and the rest is muscle, tendons, and a few muscles here and there. So I'm working on our bones over here, just creating that, digging that up. Like when you see me smooth out my mesh, you can kind of see how I do things. Although I don't go too harsh, using the move topological brush to correct our forms. Work on our thumb over there, zooming right in, and then I'm going to come in and build up those forms right there. Okay, sweet, and that's how everything is working out. So this technique works for each and every bone we have going on there. Moving that out, smoothing that out again, zooming out, just making sure our thumb is looking correctly. Like as you can see, like our fingers, it's not correct by any chance. Just make sure your silhouette it's correct again, and then coming in, fixing those tendons, and then as you can see, our extensor digiti minimi, so the muscle that innervates the pinky finger. Just make sure you're sending those tendons to the correct phalanges. Smoothing that out again, and then I'm concerned about my metacarpals. I'm also going to show them underneath, so that's what I'm trying to emphasize there. So as you can see, I firstly drew those lines, and then I'm building up those forms with the clay builder brush, which that's our normal technique that we use for most of our tutorials. That's what we have there. Switching between a low subdivision again, just fixing that, and then moving back up, and then adding those fine details again. So we're not stuck with the shapes we have currently, but then we can revisit those major forms by switching to the lower subdivisions, that you can like move your mesh very easily right there. As you can see, those lines, those tendons are going straight to its insertion, and it has to be anatomically correct, as we stated on our previous lectures, and that's very important to know. Now, saving our project, that's very important also, and smoothing that out, and then adding on muscles. So I don't know if you have noticed our technique. So it's pretty much the same. So what I normally do, I do like a few sketches very soft with the Debian standard, and then after I'm happy, after I see that it's anatomically correct, looking at reference and analyzing everything very closely, I then come in with the clay builder brush, and then come in around those lines, and then I build up those forms around those lines right there, and that's how everything works out very nicely. So I'm just going to smooth that out a tad. I'm not kind of happy with these bumpy surfaces going on there. So that's when I switch to my reference and just coming in. And so we kind of privileged now because there's tons of reference online, and there's ton of resources. Like you can even go into YouTube and watch dissections if you're not afraid of anything. For some people it's kind of hard, so they never watch dissections, but that's why we created these models, so it's going to be easy for you guys. So we tested these models, and these models actually represent huge amount of hours and research from medical professionals and cadaver. So it's all about creating that those 3D models, 3D anatomy models that everyone can trust. Surely those type of models can never go like overnight unless you're an expert. But if you're still learning, just give it your all. Don't try to rush everything, but then just give it your all. Smoothing that out. As you can see, I'm in the lower subdivision, just smoothing that out, just making sure there's no, like, the surface, it's not too bumpy. It can be a bit rough, but then not too much. So I'm just cleaning that up, as you can see. So it must kind of be like even, and that's the kind of illusion you must get over there. So we moving towards the end of our lesson. Again, this it's just to show you guys how we do things here at SA Anatomy, how to achieve anatomy figures in ZBrushCore. So if this was done in ZBrushCore, definitely if you have ZBrush you can do even more. Like for instance, the articulation part, it can be very, very precise in ZBrush, the big brother ZBrush. So switching between our neck now and just emphasizing those details. So I'm going to end this lecture over here, and I hope you guys grabbed something out of this, and I really want to thank you guys for your time, and just make sure you follow these steps very, very closely, and I will see you guys on the next class. Peace out. So we're back again. It's Adrian from SAanatomy.com. Welcome to this lecture. So we have our primary forms in place. It's all about adding those secondary shapes and a bit of those fine details. Not too concerned about those micro details as yet. It's just fixing our topology, fixing our mesh, making sure that those secondary shapes are in place before we move to those fine details. So if you have been following along, which I truly advise you guys, like, don't skip any lecture or any class. I truly advise you guys to start from the beginning so you can actually understand our workflow and how we do things over here. So if you start over here, like, you see everything, it's kind of easy when we edit those fine details, because we spent a lot of time on those primary forms over there. So I'm working on the neck, and I'm working on full screen right now, which it's kind of tricky for some of you guys, but then if you watched our interface tutorials, our beginners class, you can have an understanding, like, because I'm switching between my brushes. I've assigned hotkeys for each brush. Like, I'm working with the move topological brush right now, just fixing those lines, making sure everything is straight. So it kind of helps me to work very, very easy, and I truly advise you guys to also do this technique. So what we done, like, there, we went through the entire interface, and actually, like, the entire ZBrushCore, if I may say, like, everything we went through everything, like each and every button, each and every menu. We went through everything over there. So if you questioning yourself, what am I using, how am I doing this, how am I achieving this, how do I have full screen turned on, so just revert back to those classes and you will get that basic understanding. So I switched the subtool to my brush over here to work on that, and then I'm just going to close my menu, switch on to my reference. As you can see, I need to clean this this model over here. So we done with the articulation. This is basic articulation because there's like not a lot of features in a ZBrushCore to get that very precise articulations. So it's not that easy to get this amount of details in ZBrushCore. So it takes time and it takes a lot of learning and practicing, and I truly know that you guys can also achieve this if you watch very closely. Now it's kind of easy for us to get those fine details right now because we also have those shapes in place. As you can see, I've switched back to the clay builder brush. I'm building up those forms again, and then I'm just smoothing those lines in place, just making sure that my lines are aligning with everything. So having the anatomy in mind, having the understanding of the origins and insertions, I can kind of play around with my 3D model as I like. So what I like about this workflow is we currently on Dynamesh right now, but then once we're happy with everything, once we see that everything it's perfect, so we've switched back to, so it's very important. I truly advise you guys to, once you have your primary and secondary shapes in place, ditch Dynamesh, just turn off Dynamesh and then use regular subdivisions as normal. So when you gonna be adding those fine details, you will get into an error oh, you see those major shapes are not correct, so you can just switch back to the lower subdivision using Shift D on your keyboard to switch between those subdivisions. So the lower subdivisions, you can just hit Shift D depending on how much of polygons you have on your mesh. I believe again on a ZBrushCore the maximum number of polygons, I'm not quite sure, but then the maximum number of polygons you can have on a single subtool should be 20 million polygons. So that's too much. I don't think you, unless you're doing like a creature dragon or anything, but for these figures we don't need that amount of polygons because we already split everything in place. So like this body, because we split these our articulation, you saw that we separated our arms from the body and then our head from the body. So there's like 3 pieces only. So like each piece you can go with probably like 5 million polygons, but then don't go too far with that. But I believe 5 million polygons maximum should be enough to achieve these details we have going on over here. So I'm using these 4 brushes, if I can say, because you can't see my brushes in at the bottom of the screen, which is like I'm currently using the standard brush to build those forms at the edges. So when we made those cuts on the edges, I just come in with that standard brush, just making sure that our forms align in place. And then the second brush I'm using, it's Damien Standard, to create those lines. You can use any brush you want which can carve on your mesh. I believe the slash 3 brush can work at your advantage. Also, I just chose Damien Standard because I've been working with it for quite a long time. And if you're using ZBrushCore, you kind of limited to the brushes, so you kind of don't have any choice. So you stuck with me with Damien Standard. And then the third brush I'm using, it's Move Topological brush. I use it a lot, as you can see, when I'm moving those major forms in ZBrushCore. And the last brush, I believe it's Trim Dynamic. It's Trim Dynamic, and those are the brushes we currently using for now. we also using like the razor brush, like pinch brush and so forth. But then when we're working on these details, these secondary shapes and these fine details, these are our major brushes. As you can see, I've switched back to the lower subdivision to move those shapes in place, and just turning our model to look at our silhouette, which is very important to not ignore. As you can see, like these muscles are not that straight, so these muscles insert at the sternum. I need to make sure that I have that understanding where they are going to, so you won't end up drawing lines which you don't know where they are going to. So if you're going to be selling these models, or if you want to create these models for yourself or to teach people with these models, you need to make sure you're teaching people something that is anatomically correct. If you won't be able to use these models for yourself as a reference, I advise you guys to not sell those models, because then you'll be selling something that you yourself don't trust to use in your own pieces. So spend more time if you want to go into this industry, and just make sure you're not cheating anyone or cheating yourself. Again, you see I have those fine details over there, working on our abductor muscles, the lower limb, switching between each and every place, so I'm not stuck in one place. I'm moving around just to make sure that my brain is freshened up, and I can be able to see those mistakes when I come back to revisit those sections right there. And then as you can see, just carving in, working on those muscle striations again with the Demian standards. Now we're working on these micro details, which like micro details, like when anyone, if like anyone wants to zoom in very very closely, like those super high resolution models need to have micro details also. So if you zoom in very very closely, you can kind of see those tiny details going on underneath over there. So they kind of not that much visible when you zoom out, so when you look very very closely, you can kind of see those details. So you can only have those details if you have a lot of polygons. So the more polygons you have on your mesh, the more details you can achieve on your 3D models. And this is what I normally emphasize. This is the last stage that you guys must stretch yourself with, as over here we already have our shapes, our forms are in place, everything is in place. We're just adding those lines and striations and details in place, working on rectus femoris again. As you know, like those striations like split at the center of the muscle, so it's important to have that in place, building up that iliac crest on top where the tensor fascia lata inserts and originates, and where the gluteus medius originate also. Working on the rectus femoris, as I emphasize, it's those muscle striations. So don't draw muscle striations that you don't know, that you're unsure of, so you can deceive people with your 3D model with that. So make sure to test your models with professionals. Again, I'm repeating myself, but then this is what I teach all the time with my students. And then zooming back out again, checking the silhouette, which that's what we do over here, and working on our vastus medialis. As you can see, like those striations, they like have that angle, like a 45 degrees angle, going towards to insert at the patella. The patella, also known as a kneecap, so that's where it inserts. And then I'm just working that with those lines with using that Demian standard brush, and then coming back in. I'm moving more down, like I'm moving down with this model, so I'm not staying in one place. I'll probably like revisit those sections again, because it's all about making sure that we've captured all those details in each and every location we have over there. So I'm just gonna grab my water and then drink it there. As you guys can see, I've switched to the lower subdivision to move that in place our iliotibial band, where it inserts at the tibia, as the name suggests, making sure that my insertions are in the right position. So making sure our lines are straight, there's no bumpy surfaces where it is not intended. We need to have that in place. That's what I'm doing here with the move topological brush, and then having that in place. So I'm working on our sartorius muscle, and then our adductor muscles there at the back. Checking our model in each angle, switching our reference again, and then just checking that our silhouette it's correct before we continue. So in ZBrush, like, if I doubt anyone will be using the ZBrush 2019 or anything, but if in ZBrush now we can check our silhouette at the top left corner, so you don't need to switch between the flat color as we used to do previously on the previous version. So you can have your silhouette on the side, as you can see over here we have on screen. So this comes as default. That how, if you're wondering how can you use that, so if you see when you turn your model, you can kind of see if the silhouette is correct, if this is the flow you're looking for, and you can move those shapes in place right there. Now I'm working on this muscle. It's the vastus lateralis, so it goes to the more lateral, as the name suggests. So that's the muscle I'm working on right there. If you guys are kind of confused which muscle is this anymore, like, that's the muscle right there. And we have our gluteus maximus, the big muscle. So there's maximus, there's medius, and there's minimus. Minimus is under gluteus maximus muscle. Also inserting at the trochanter and the iliotibial band. That's where it inserts. Just knowing that helps you guys. And we have our biceps femoris at the back, more lateral at the lower limb, and it has like two heads, so biceps two, as the name suggests. Like, we also went to like the bicep muscle. The bicep muscle, it's a muscle of the upper limb, which it's one of the famous muscles we have in the body. And then the lower muscle is the biceps femoris. So I'm just doing a quick save, so make sure you have quick save turned on, or just save it yourself to not lose anything before ZBrush crashes. I've noticed, like, in ZBrushCore, when it automatically saves when it crashes. So basically, before it crashes, it saves the project file for you. Like, it's like automatic. So if you have like quick save turned on in your preferences panel, you can have that turned on, so you won't lose any project going on over there. So just saving that out. It can take longer. It depends on how much of polygons you have going on over there. So that's done. And then moving back to our muscles, just creating those lines again, working on our biceps femoris and our tibial bone and our fibular bone, just building up those forms, creating those lines with the Damian standard. As you can see, it's kind of easy for us. As you can see, we have everything in place now. We're not too concerned about where everything's flowing, as we've created and spent more time creating these shapes in our previous lectures. So if you skipped any lecture, I truly advise you guys, to to just revert back to our previous lectures to not get lost with anything. So I'm working with the lower leg muscle, the semi-tendinosus and the semi-membranosus, those two, and the bicep femoris. Switching back to the other side so I can work on these muscles and see them very, very closely. You can see just smoothing that out again, just coming back in, working on those striations, just saving that. So if you're failing to understand, if I'm moving very fast for you guys, you can you can get back to me, or you can just watch this all over again and probably like decrease the speed if you want to, or if you have any questions or any suggestions, just don't forget to get back to me and we will take it right there. So I'll be like available to assist you guys where I can, and you can reach me out any way you want to reach me out. So my information is on my profile, or you can just send me a message. It's entirely up to you guys. So moving back to our model, so just checking the silhouette, just coming back, zooming that out, and then moving back in. I'm just too concerned about the muscle striations over there, and then just checking that if everything is aligning. Like, you can kind of see those mistakes if you spend time self-criticizing yourself, and which I truly advise. Again, working on our gluteus medius and gluteus maximus, where it inserts at the crater trochanter, and then creating that bony texture effect at our iliac crest, switching our reference, and then moving back to our sartorius muscle, just building that up. As I see those forms aren't in place, smoothing away those details are a bit too harsh, and then moving that in place, just making sure everything is straight and lining up very correctly. So you don't want to have those jagged edges, those details not in the right position. Like, it mustn't be too bumpy, as I've stated. So I'm working on the patella. As you see, I'm making it bumpy because it's the patella bone. It's a bit bumpy, but then depending on the amount of years that it has been, so don't go too overboard with that. But then I strongly advise you guys to emphasize those details a lot, as I've stated before, that if you're sending it out for 3D printing, or if you're going to be baking out these maps on a texture map like displacement map or normal maps, you will be losing a few details. So if you've emphasized a few details where you can, you won't lose anything, actually, because you went overboard. Using that flat brush, just to make sure that I have those flat straight lines, the trim dynamic. I mean, I kind of lost it on my mind. I was like, which brush was that? But then, and then carving in where I can, knowing my muscle, my gracilis muscle there, and then carving in that, and then drawing those striations. So I'm switching very, very quickly between these brushes. You can kind of not see me when I'm switching between them, but that's how I work. That's how I also strongly tell you guys to also do this, assign these shortcuts. This will help you guys a lot to speed up your workflow. So make sure you assign these shortcuts. So that's why I've stated, go back to the previous lectures if you kind of not sure what's going on, if this is not like making sense to you guys. Just revert back to the previous classes, and then everything will probably add up to you. And then just drawing those lines, moving that in. As you can see, that's our tibia bone, so I'm creating that texture effect, the bony texture effect, and just digging that up. And then our patella, can see I still need to fix that a lot. I'm working on our gastrocnemius and our soleus muscle and our peroneus longus, peroneus brevis. As you can see, our soleus muscle and our gastrocnemius, and so these two muscles, the gastrocnemius and our soleus muscle, they both insert with this large tendon at the back, which inserts or attaches at the heel of the leg at the back foot, which is the Achilles tendon. So as you can see at the back over there, I kind of like separated. You saw like on our previous classes, we created like a separation between those. We created a hole like showing that separation to achieve that realism to it. Just saving that out, switching back to our reference, and then creating those muscle striations again, and then carving in again. We have our tibialis anterior muscle. It's a bit large, like on the side over there, and then it kind of we now like creating the separation between the tibialis anterior and the tibia bone over there. We're using the Damian standard as always, and then just carving in where we can, smoothing that in, just checking our silhouette again. And again, once more, I would like to thank you guys for your time. If you have any questions, don't forget to get back to me, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Okay, so second lecture, redefining the body. Again, I'm just using the Damian standard just to to emphasize those details we have there going on, working on our lower limb muscles. So basically, the brushes I'm currently using here, it's clay builder brush, standard brush, and then the smooth brush to just make sure that our topology is still in place over there. So sweet, like we got our primary forms and our secondary shapes going on. Now it's basically just adding those fine details and recorrecting those shapes and those lines over there. As you can see, I'm using the Damian standard, and then like on those edges I just take the standard brush to create that form over there, and ever so slightly just coming in with the smooth brush. So like if you have like any brush selected, if you hold on shift on your keyboard, it will just like switch to the smooth brush for you guys there. So I'm trying to create that we have our fibular bone, our malleolus over there. So I'm creating that bony detail, like that bone texture. So what I chose like for this Ecorche, it's to show those superficial muscles. Some of the deep muscles we went through them in our previous lectures, and then the skeleton underneath. So you can see like the few bones. So I'm making those rough edges using the clay builder brush. So it's kind of good for creating those rough edges on the fly. So again, it's the same technique that we used like in our previous lectures and stuff, but then now it's kind of easy for us to go in with our Damian standard or any brush you chose, just to create those cuts and those lines. And as you can see, I'm also creating those muscle striations also with the same brush, and then just coming in over there. So like I normally like emphasize to you guys that spend a lot of time with primary forms and then those secondary shapes. So I cannot stop fussing over that, because it makes your life very easy when we gonna be doing those fine details as we have started over here. So I'm not like working on one place, so moving around, just searching where I can fix, just that my mind won't be just too focused on one place, just see those minor mistakes and then come back and then fixing where I left off. So that's like the basic trick over there. And then like switching to my lower subdivision and then using my move topological to move those shapes. So that's a very fantastic thing about ZBrush also, that like you like actually working with subdivisions, so you can actually go down to a lower subdivision to move those major forms if you unhappy with that, which that is very, very normal. Like after you've done those fine details, you can get like when you zoom out and you see those minor mistakes over here, you can just come in with your move topological brush and then just move those shapes in place. And then coming back, using the clay buildup brush again. I almost use this brush like 80% of the time. So just following those muscle striations, just building up those forms around those lines. And so it's also very important to know your striations, like where they're flowing. So I'm using the Damien standard also to create those lines. But then it's very soft, so make sure if you're using a tablet, it's kind of easy to just set your pen pressure to in ZBrush also. But if you're using a mouse, it's kind of hard, but then it's also possible, because in this case I wasn't using a graphics tablet on like building up those forms. It's just those details I was using the graphics tablet, so I was actually like using the pen. It wasn't a fancy one actually, so you guys can get those cheap ones going on there. Like I believe the most recommended one, the cheapest one you can get, it's like if you're looking for a Wacom tablet, there's a bamboo. I forgot how much it is, but then you can just go into the website and just see what you can find. In this case, I was using a Hue one for 20. That's like the cheapest one also, but it kind of works for this case, and it kind of does the job right there. So again, it's just following those basic principles. Now it's kind of easy for us because we have everything in place. It's just for us to come back in to add those fine details where we see it missing, which you guys see me right there. So I'm gonna continue. Let me just wait for my system over here, and then we'll continue with redefining our details in ZBrushCore again. We're in ZBrushCore again, and once more, like if you guys have any questions, I'm also available to assist you guys where I can, and like if you have any suggestions also, we also allow that. So you just pop me like a message or anything, or a review, it's fine, whichever works for you. And all my social media handles, anywhere you want to reach me, it's fine. We can assist each other there. It's like if I'm moving too fast for you, like it's normal. Like for some people, they want like everything like step by step, but in this case, this like took a lot of hours to record, and I tried to show you guys each step I went through, so you guys might also achieve this, because it's kind of hard to find these tutorials anyway. So I just made it that you guys can kind of see like the technique, like how to do these things before. Okay, so warm welcome. It's Adrian here from asanatomy.com. Welcome to this part 3, this or last lecture where we redefining the body, as we already started on our first and our second part. I hope you guys have also watched those previous classes that we went through lastly. So I'm pretty much doing the same techniques as those previous classes that we went through. It's just me coming in, just redefining those shapes, those fine details, just coming in with the Damian standard ever so slightly, just redefining those lines and emphasizing those details. Pretty much this is almost like the last stage that we're going through over here, and the most famous one actually, like the fine details. It's the stage that we all just can't wait to reach. It's like we all like rushing to reach that specific stage. So that's why in most of our classes we can never stop fussing about you guys, just focusing on mainly on those primary forms, and then after like spending a lot of time with those major shapes, and then you can just move on to the secondary shapes, and like at this stage now, it's gonna be very easy when you've spent a lot of time on your major shapes. So I'm also coming back, like, cause we working with subdivisions, so we still have a chance to just move those major shapes, and just switching between our subdivisions. So shift D on your keyboard, you can essentially switch to the lowest subdivision, and then you can just come in with the move topological brush and then just move those shapes as you see me doing right there with the move topological brush, and then just smoothing that out and just building those forms with the clay builder brush. So essentially what I'm gonna do also, I'm gonna walk you guys through, as you can't see me, as you can't see the entire interface, and you can't see me switching between these brushes that we have in a ZBrush. Actually we're in a ZBrushCore, by the way, ZBrushCore 2020, and if you have ZBrush or ZBrushCore, you can actually follow along, because we're hardly using any new features at this stage. It's just us using those normal brushes, those default brushes, and then just finessing that like so. So I have my my ZBrushCore on full screen. So to achieve that, you can just press tab on your keyboard to switch between the full screen and the normal screen. So I've just hit the menus and all the brushes underneath, so I can just work on full screen. If you have like any issues with how to reach the stage, or how to know these basics, you can just revert back to our previous lectures, probably like our first classes where we went through the ZBrushCore interface, like step by step. We went through the entire interface and the menus and the shortcuts, just for you guys to understand how to know your way around a ZBrushCore. So I truly advise you guys to, if you haven't watched those beginners tutorial classes we had there going on over there on top, just please, if you don't know your way around ZBrush and you're kind of confused with my speed or the brushes that I'm selecting, I truly advise you guys to just revert back and just watch those free tutorial classes that we have for you guys for free right there. Now I'm just gonna move around my model with just checking those proportions and my silhouette and those muscle striations. Like if you look at those lines, they kind of jaggy, so I'm just coming in, I'm just moving around the model and then using the move topological brush. As you see me moving that in ever so slightly, I'm just coming in, just don't be afraid to move your model at this stage, just looking around and just finding those mistakes that it has over there. So basically it's where we also self-critic ourselves. So essentially like criticizing your own self before you send your piece to other people. So you've already tested your models by also criticizing yourself, and then after you send these models probably to professionals, because these are anatomy models, and then you know that you're on the safe side, and whatever comes to you, and then you've already known and went through everything, so there won't be like much work required from them. So I'm just gonna come in with the Damien stand, switching between that, and just I'm just gonna carve that in ever so slight. So I'm coming in between those muscles, as you see me working between the vastus lateralis muscle, and then I'm just gonna come in, just digging that in, and then working on those striations like so, and then just move that out, smoothing that in. So I'm looking at my model from the bottom now, and then I'm just gonna switch back, and then just moving back in. So working on our lats now. I'm just coming in to make sure that I have those striations, those micro details. Just gonna come in now. I just switching between those brushes right there. Just zooming back out. Just gonna check if everything is lining up, like checking those lines where we went through, like on our secondary details, just checking those lines if they're straight and if they're flowing to the right direction. Like knowing the muscles, origins and insertions, we can kind of like see where we need to send those lines. So I'm just double checking that and then just moving back in. So I'm just switching back to my head. I just want to fix, as you see, we're missing a lot of details that we haven't worked on our head as yet. So I just want to start working on that. I'm just gonna come in, just making sure I have that just digging in with the clay butter brush, holding down Alt or Option on your keyboard to just switch between Z sub and Z add. I'm just gonna carve that with the Damien standard, just extending those muscles that we have over there. I'm still not too happy about these lines over here, so I'm just gonna come in and smooth that out a tad, and just gonna carve that in, and then smoothing that back in. Saving that and then smoothing back in. So just smoothing that out. So I've just decided to make let's first start on the neck, and then just make sure that these muscles are flowing to the right direction. So I'm just going to carve that in back to the top, and then smoothing at the center, and then just building our thorax, also known as the Adam's apple, but then on a female it's not that prominent. So I'm just gonna make it very, very soft. I'm just gonna smooth that out, just emphasizing those muscles that we have over there with the Damien standard. Then switching back to our head over there, and then I'm just gonna extend those muscles if I can. As you guys see me do right there. Again, I'm using Damien standard with my draw size being very, very soft. very small actually. And then I'm just gonna isolate that with I have a sound like so basically like pressing solo on your on your side over there on the side right bar, but I have a sound like hotkeys for my buttons on the side. So you can also do that if you watch our previous classes where we went through the entire shortcuts and the interface. So basically, if you watch the first lectures that we have on this course, you'll finally like get an understanding of how to assign your own hotkeys on each buttons that we have and in a ZBrush. Just switching to the head now, I just want to look at because as you guys can see that we don't have like much details or anything. We just have those primary forms in place, just checking if everything is correct before we move to the details. Just checking that. Just move that in with the move topological brush. Just coming in, just moving that. I'll probably smooth that out. Just moving that in. Just making sure our lines are straight now. Zoom back out and then save our model. So don't forget like to save like all the time as you see me doing right here, because like you can end up like losing a lot of work because now ZBrush can like normally crash and then you won't get like a chance to save your work, and then you guys need to start all over again. So just make sure you also have quick save turned on. So if you're not quite sure where to find that, if you go to your top menu and preferences and just search for quick save, you can essentially like set the time over there. Like I believe for my ZBrush it's set at 10 minutes to 15 minutes or so, because I tend to forget to save, so that's why I just made it to be very quick. You can probably like set anytime you want, depending on what your guys need. So it's actually a personal preference. So I'm just gonna build it up now with the clay builder brush. I have my draw size very small. Just gonna carve that in. So essentially we have like models cut over there, like our pieces. We on our previous lecture we separated our head from the body, as you see that line breaking over there. So what we're trying to do now is just making sure that these lines merge and we can't see them like jaggy and stuff. So I'm just making sure that I'm realigning them, because we have that articulation going on with our head and our body. So I'm just making sure that these lines are straight. I'm just gonna come in and just gonna draw my sutures. Again, this is very rough. Just move back out. Just checking our model and just checking the silhouette, and then I'm just gonna isolate that. And then isolating the body, just moving that with the move topological brush. So like putting your brush at the center of the stroke, you can actually like move both of the edges, if that makes sense. As you see me do over there, just switched to the lowest subdivision so I can move very quickly. And here we go. I'm just gonna build that up, and then I'm gonna redraw those striations of our rectus femoris muscle that we have there. as you guys can see, like at this stage, my muscle striations are quite soft, so this will work like very well for our micro details. If you guys are gonna be baking this out, um it it all like depends on what size your maps are going to be. So if you're going to be doing like 8K maps, you can kind of pick up these micro details on your maps, and then you can also have these details. So we always like advise you guys, just make sure that if you're gonna be extracting this or 3D printing this, just making sure that you exaggerate those details a bit, so you won't lose your details. Just make sure you just emphasize it a bit more than what we done over here, so you can have those details not being lost at the, when you're doing 3D printing or extracting these maps, because it tends to happen like all the time. So just make sure that you have these details very harsh. I'm just gonna come in and just gonna build that up, switch on to the lowest subdivision, and then I'm just gonna smooth that out, smoothing that out. And carving that in. Just gonna save that and then move. As you can see, again, I'm not like working in one place all the time, so I'm just switching all around our model, just like this technique like helps me to pick up those areas that I couldn't pick up when I was just working in one place. So every time I pan around and rotate around our model, we can just pick up these mistakes that we have. So just make sure you don't stay in one place for a very long time. Just move around and just pick up those mistakes. Again, just self-criticizing yourself again. This will help you guys a lot. Coming with the Demian stand and just emphasizing those lines. Or latissimus dorsi muscle over here. Again, now it's time to work on our torso. Just gonna move. Just switch to the head again. As you see, I'm not quite happy. Like if you look at the details that we have on the entire body, and there's a lot of work that we need to do still on the face. So I'm just gonna start with that, just making sure we have these muscles, origins and insertions. You see me, I'm just creating those sketches, working on the vaccinator there, and then I'm just gonna build up these around those lines that we created. So it's essentially the same technique that we always use. So basically it's creating those lines at first, like doing those like sketches that we go through, and then after that you just come in with the clay builder brush or any brush that you wish around those lines, and then just build up those forms ever so slightly, as you see me do like over here. So what I'm trying to do there is creating that illusion that that muscle, it's actually above the mandible, so the masseter muscle that we have on our jaw. I'm just creating that interaction over there. I'm just gonna build those forms, and then I'm gonna switch to my lips over there. Just gonna carve that in, and then grab the build up and build that up ever so slightly. Again, my intensity, it's very soft, as we don't want to exaggerate a bit on these secondary forms. Just gonna build my vaccinator, just coming in with my build up brush, Just carve that in, smooth that out, and then we'll build that up. And then I'm starting to work on our temporalis muscle. It's a very large muscle on this side. Just making sure I build that up. Once I have that, just coming in again, and then I'm just gonna grab. I'm just gonna make those soft lines as you see me do over there, those straight lines. At this stage they're still very soft, and we're still gonna come back and just emphasize those lines that we drew over there. So it's basically us still trying to figure out these muscle striation and all these secondary forms that we have over here. I'm just gonna come in again, building that up, smooth that. And then increase my draw size a bit, and then just come in there. Very soft. Vaccinator. As you see, we have those shapes now that we left. So you can essentially call these the secondary forms, and a bit of the primary forms that we missed at our previous lectures. So I'm still coming in emphasizing that around those lines we drew, just gonna come in and build that with my clay butter brush. Intensity very soft. I'm moving very quickly right now, but I'm coming and smoothing that out where I can. Okay, so working on our orbicularis or oculi, building up around those lines that we drew with the clay butter brush. Just coming in there with a very soft brush, a very low intensity, by the way, and into the clay butter brush. I'm just coming in around our orbicularis oculi muscle. Zoom back out, and then working on our temporalis muscle again. And here's our zygomatic major, zygomatic minor. Just gonna build it up, work on our nose. Again, moving all over the place and just making sure that everything is adding up before I jump to the fine details. Just sticking that up. I'll probably dig that in, holding an Alt option on your keyboard to Z sub, and then I'll carve that in with the Damian standard. Just checking my silhouette. I'll probably move that. So there we have our nacellus muscle. So underneath our nasal bone, and then just building that up, creating that temporal line that we have on our skull. Just moving that in place with the move topological brush, moving switching between the lower subdivision, so I can move those major shapes very easily, like so. carve that in using the Demian standard, by the way. Just checking my model now, just moving that in. I'll just build that up. So everything is a bit too rough at this stage, until we come in with those fine details at the very end. Once we done with this, and then we could just come back in, just move topological brush, just refining my shapes there. Decrease the draw size and then just build that up. Just carve that in. Like when you're doing those brush strokes, just have in mind your striations. So like essentially when you're using the clay builder brush, just have that in mind also. Okay, so I have my reference on the side, just double checking all these muscles that we have over here. Just move that in. Just bring that up. Just bring that in again. Just carve in there. I'm just gonna isolate my head, and then I'll just make sure I'm emphasizing those forms. So I'm using my standard builder brush that I created. Essentially, how to create this brush, you can just grab the clay builder brush and then just clone it first, and then just change the alpha from the normal alpha to alpha 36, but any soft alpha would do. In this case, I believe I chose alpha 36, and then you have that same brush which build up forms, but then with a very soft those soft edges, as you see that I have over here. Just carving that in with my Demian standard. Like clearly I still need more resolution on this, but then at this stage this should be fine for us. So alt clicking on your mesh, you can switch to that subtool, as you saw me. I'm just switching to the arms and just moving that in, moving that with the move topological brush, making sure that there is no overlapping with the body and the arms, and also the face also. Okay, switching reference, just move that up. You can move topological with a very large draw size. Just checking the head. Move that in, move that up. Essentially, also just double checking your silhouette with with the move topological brush, as you see me do over here. Just saving that out now and then panning around. And then I'll start with my arms over here. A very large draw size, just moving my delt in place, and then I'm going to carve it now. I want to create those striations that we have on the deltoid, like those overlapping muscles over here. So that's what I'm creating with the Demian standard. As you see me do it over here, it's kind of that overlapping these striations. So I have my reference on the side just to double check if everything is flowing well. Now I'm moving, I'm carving in very deep just to see if everything adds up very nicely. I'll probably come back and just smooth that out a tad, and then just make sure that it lines up correctly, like so. So carve that in. My brush strokes being very soft at this stage. I'm just building that up around those lines, like not going over the these lines we just drew, but then around them just building up those forms with my build-up brush. Then zooming back in, and then I'm just gonna emphasize those lines again. And then here's our striations with the Demian standard. I'm just moving my brush like these opposite directions, so these striations flow at the opposite direction, moving that up very soft. Like if you zoom in very closely, then you see these then you'll be able to pick these up. That's like taking the whole point of these micro details that we add on top of our models, and then just carving that in. Just moving that in place. Just emphasizing that ever so slightly. Like you can see, like at this stage we all have these, we supposed to all have these primary forms and our secondary shapes in place, so it kind of makes it easy for us to achieve these fine details very easily. So we kind of not struggling with anything at this stage. As you see me do over here, just carving very softly, my intensity being very low. You can probably like go up, probably like try 3 or 4 on your intensity, but then depends on the size of your mesh and how hard you actually digging in. But then just play around with that and see which works for you guys. Just emphasizing that now. On our hand, just moving that in. Just making sure that I'm happy like with the entire lower limb, just moving up and down between these muscles. See, working on our lower limb muscle and then moving back to our deltoid muscles, just smoothing that out, just zooming back out. So I alt selected the body, so alt option on your keyboard and just click. You can essentially switch to the other subtool. So I'm working on our pectoralis muscle, pectoralis major actually. Just undo that and then just gonna make sure everything is lining up over there. Just moving that down. So that articulation that we have over here, I just need to fix that a bit. So my system being very laggy at this stage. Just gonna carve that in with Damien stand, just connecting those lines, because you see we split our models over there. So I'm just connecting those lines and just zooming back out, checking our model from the far distance. Look, double checking the proportions and the silhouette. Just gonna fix my sternocleidomastoid muscle, and then rotating around the model, double checking those mistakes. Just looking for areas that I can fix and finesse. So it is very important to pay closer attention to every detail, and if you have your reference on the side, just make sure you can kind of pick up these mistakes, and then just coming in fixing those mistakes that we have. As you can see, I'm just double checking around our model. And it's also like important to just close like ZBrush for probably like a few hours or so, and then just come back in to, then you'll be able to pick up those mistakes very clearly. Probably like your brain is tired and stuff, you've been looking at it for like the entire day or so. It's very important just to close it for a few hours or so, and then just come back, and then you will probably be able to pick up those mistakes very easily if you can't see any, because like surely there is those mistakes that are there, but then obviously we're not trying to perfect this or anything. But then if you're doing this for a study, like if you want to teach people with your models, just make sure that you double check like everything. I'm just moving that in now, just moving around. Panning around it, smooth that out. So smooth that out, and then sternocleidomastoid, just making sure it's insert at the correct location. Smoothing that out, just moving my model around, just rotating, double checking any mistakes that I have. And then just smooth it like so. So I brought back my entire body, switch to my arms again. I'm just gonna build up these forms with my intensity being very soft, and a very small brush, by the way, as you see over there. just coming in ever so slightly, just coming around each muscle. So now cleanups and those fine details. Welcome, it's Adrian here from asanatomy.com. This is gonna be divided into 2 lectures where we're gonna be doing those cleanup on our model and piece, using Damien standard to create those details, actually to emphasize those details, those muscle striations, those separations that we have there. I'm just using that Damien standard ever so slightly with my intensity very low to achieve those details ever very slightly, and then I'm using my build up brush to build up those form around those edges right there. Now the stage is the most exciting, I believe. When everything is done, you it's like it's when you actually smell victory. Like you know your forms are in place, everything is aligning, you've checked your anatomy, you've struggled a lot. Now this is where you just come in and emphasize those details right there. Now what I do here, I'm just moving each and every part of the body, and then I'm just making sure that I emphasize each and every detail and everything is clean. It's essentially checking up your mesh, like double checking and making sure you have all of those details that you want to achieve on your 3D model or piece. Now I'm just coming in with the my build up brush. Essentially how I built it, it's just grabbing the play builder brush and then just switching between the alpha. I believe in this case I chose alpha 36 to have that smooth edge going on there. And then for the striations, I'm using Damien standard. Oh, I forgot, my brain froze for a second right there. Damien standard to create those striations. As you see, they're very soft. It's just for someone if you want to zoom in very closely, and then you'll see those striations as you zoom in over there. So they're very soft, and we in high res now, so we can achieve those details without any problem. So knowing the anatomy, knowing how your muscles flow, you need to know before you can add those striations, so you won't deceive people with anatomically incorrect models, if that's the right word to use. I switched the alpha. I was trying this alpha, but then I wasn't too happy with it, as it creates that, so it digs in and then adds, like it's that transition that happens over there. So I wasn't too happy, but it does work. If you want to do striations, you can select that alpha on using standard brush. You can go with that, but then I wasn't too happy myself, so switching back to a Damien standard, and then just making sure I emphasize those details, working on our neck muscles, just coming in there, making sure our lines are straight, everything is flowing. As you can see, it's just going through those edges. Now we have everything in place, it's just moving between those that we might achieve that. As you can see right there, and then just building that up. And I'm going to back to our foot now. I'm not staying like in one place, so I'm just moving around and just looking where I can add those details, and then try to emphasize that way I can. So if you're in ZBrushCore, I believe you have the limit amount of polygons for each subtool. I believe it's 20 million polygons. I believe that's enough for whatever you're trying to achieve. If that's not enough, you need to split your model, as we went through that in our previous classes or lectures, whatever you want to call it. We went through that, so I'm just going to smooth that out a tad. I wasn't too happy with that. So as you can see what the brushes does, I was trying to increase the intensity and just check how it does. So you can probably like dial down the intensity and then just have it there, because it creates that it makes it easy for you to make those striations of the muscles. Working on the trapezius muscles, as you see, I'm not like ignorant of the flow of the muscles, so I'm just following that flow, and it has to be anatomically correct. That's how I'm doing it right there, and my intensity is very low. It's very low, so I'm just using it on all the muscles. So these can be also micro details. So if you zoom in very closely, or you're gonna be baking your maps I mean, and then you have that right there. Sorry. um, and then working on our rectus femoris muscle with that same brush, the standard brush, and that alpha we chose. There's a lot of options and alphas that are built with a ZBrushCore, so you have tons of options right there. So it's entirely up to you guys how everything works. Essentially what we have, like on our obliques muscle, we have the rectus femoris, and then the external obliques covers all of them. So I kind of made like a cut on the rectus femoris, so you can see over here, so you can see the actual rectus femoris outside everything. And then I'll just move that like that with the Damian standard, just making sure my line goes right through to create the illusion that this muscle it's going to insert or originate from there. Now I'm just doing my piece. So I have a lot of polygons now, so it kind of takes time for me to save. And just zooming in and just using Damian standard. Essentially, it's just creating one by one those striations. It takes time, but it's precise and it's very clean, and it has that artistic feel to it. And then I have that. Just moving around my mesh and then creating those striations where I can working on our rectus femoris. I believe I said rectus femoris on the muscle of the torso. Sorry guys, I made a mistake. It's rectus abdominis muscle. So the six-pack muscle, it's the rectus abdominis muscle. The rectus femoris, it's on the leg, so just make sure that you have that correctly. I believe I said it on top, like I kind of got my head messed up right there. Sorry for that guys. So just moving my gluteus maximus and then having that right there. So sometimes I mix up those names because I don't have any list in front of me right now to remind me of the names, so I'm just calling it up my head, the names I know and the muscles I know. And then I'm just gonna come in with the Damian standard with a large brush, and then I'm gonna use my build-up brush, the one I explained how to build yourself using the clay build-up brush and the alpha 36 or any soft alpha to have those soft edges around your brush strokes. Here we have our gluteus maximus muscle and our greater trochanter. I'm having it showing over there. So like when you're working on a single mesh, it's kind of easy for you to blend everything together, like it's inserting. So to create that illusion that it's originating and inserting, it's kind of easy for you to achieve that kind of detail right there. Yeah. Unlike when you everything is kind of separate, so it doesn't merge right together. But then once you have like everything in Dynamesh, and then you've merged everything in Dynamesh, like we done on our previous tutorials, then that will be easy for you guys. As you can see, we have most of our forms, so we almost happy with everything. That's why we're coming and zooming in and then using the Damian standard and just making sure we emphasize those lines to make them pop out. Just coming in right there very, very softly, just moving that in, correcting that line. It was kind of crooked, and this one also. I'm just moving inside those edges, just moving inside there with the Damian standard again, with the small size brush, and then increasing the size, and fixing our pectoralis major muscle. Coming in, just gonna go all over it. I wasn't too happy with what I had over there, so I'm just gonna come in and just clean that up. I'm just gonna come in, just repeating myself, and then it's kind of like revisiting where you already went through, and then just checking if everything is correct, just fixing any lines or any jagged lines or anything that's crooked or the forms are not aligning with the anatomy. Just moving that in. So like to understand your forms, it's kind of hard to understand also in textbooks. So that's why it's always wise to not only use textbooks, but use cadaver, and then even though the muscles are dead, but then you can add life to those muscles if you can. Essentially, that's what we're doing over here, just adding life to those muscles. So anyone who gets these pieces over here, these 3D models, will have models that we trust that are anatomically correct by studying cadaver and anatomical and medical anatomy books, and those artistic anatomy books, which were combined to give you guys with these. So there's a lot of variations with the anatomy also. So I'm not saying like if you're doing a female figure anatomy Ecorche 3D model, it has to look exactly like this. That's fairly impossible, because we're not all the same, but the muscle groups should be the same, and the origins and insertions. It's just those shapes and forms and sizes, the proportions, they tend to be different with everyone, and there's always that variance. This also takes time, by the way, but then it's kind of easy when you have your secondary shapes in place and your primary shapes. So it's not a lot of time then working on your primary shapes and your secondary shapes. As you can see, we have everything, we're just going in there to emphasize those details. I believe this is the easiest stage for this class, for this lecture, for this course. I mean, the female anatomy figure Ecorche course in ZBrushCore. This has to be one of the easy classes that we have right now, because we have everything. Actually, it's just coming in and cleaning that up. So you can take your time if you want to. You can go you can go into town with the details. It's entirely up to you guys. And if you're concerned about your major forms, you can just switch down to the lower subdivision and then just move that until your heart contains. I'm just decreasing the intensity I have there, using that same alpha I showed you guys to create those striations on the lower leg. As you can see, kind of makes it easy for me to just go in very quickly without having to go in there one by one all the time. So it kind of makes life very easy. There I have it now, and then I'm just gonna come in with the standard brush to build that up. Smoothing that. Moving all over my geometry, switching between the body and the arms. So I'm not like stuck in one place. I'm just moving between those I must say these 3D models, these Ecorches were inspired by Ecorche from Anatomy Tools. They doing this in traditional clay, I believe, and they are achieving very good models in clay. So we doing this more digitally in ZBrushCore, just moving those shapes in place. The gluteus maximus muscle, fixing our shapes. Moving up and down, just checking if everything is aligning. Saving our project right now and then moving that in. And then I really like working on full screen, so you might see ditch that menu on the side. Coming in with my Damian standard brush, working on the vastus lateralis, separation between the reductus femoris and coming in the quadricep muscles. Just making sure my lines are sharp and it's actually digging in very hard, so it creates that illusion that these muscles are kind of separated. So the Damian standard brush, it's the one I use. You can use any brush, probably like the /3. I forgot what's the name. I believe it's /3 on ZBrush. you have that option, but then the Damien standard does all the work. And if you on a ZBrushCore, you're kind of limited to the brushes you have on the brushes palette. But what they have, I've tested and it works. What they have, what they've added, it's almost what you need for any basic digital sculpting that you will ever need. And you can achieve like great details with that. So moving towards our head now. Just gonna come in. Our frontal bone. I'm still coming very roughly with that standard brush and that alpha. I'm still gonna come in with the Damien standard to create those striations by hand, which we need to do actually. Having that. And your Damien standard, creating that temporal line. As you can see, like my strokes are very soft. They're not that defined as yet, as I'm still finding that I'm creating those micro details. Like once I'm happy with those striations, then I'm gonna come back in with the Damien standard to emphasize that even more. As you can see, I'm still trying to figure out zygomatic major muscle, how those striations will flow. Just building that up with my Damien standard ever so slightly again. That's what we have over there going on. Just moving in. So I'm creating those fine details on the scar right there, and like working on those sutures, but not like emphasizing them. I'm just creating that. So if anyone will try to zoom in, will see that. Just coming in right there. And then I'm using the clay product, I believe, and smoothing that out. Those those striations were a bit too harsh for me, so I just came in and smoothed that out, and then I'm just gonna move back. I'm just smoothing that out at the back. Like, you might not see like what am I doing, what am I working on, but it's actually those fine details. When you zoom in the model, you actually pick up these details and will help sell your piece a lot. I'm just creating those fine details and cleaning everything up. Zoom back out, just checking our model if we completely satisfied with everything. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna move my gastrocnemius. It was a bit too harsh. Yes, because it's not that defined on females. Some, like most of them, unless they are bodybuilders or anything. But in this case, this is a normal female, and she's not that muscular. So we're just checking the proportions, I mean the silhouette, I believe, and just looking at how everything is lining up. So you can see the silhouette. I'm trying to achieve that curve we have on the thoracic vertebrae, our vertebral column. I'm just checking that silhouette from far, if everything is aligning up right there. So I hope you guys understood this course. And again, I'm Adrian here from SAanatomy.com, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Hey guys, welcome to the lecture. So redefining our face actually. So working on our masseter. I'm just creating those muscle striations. So I'm using the Damian standard, just coming in ever so slightly, not too harsh. So just creating that feel that it kind of connects with the zygomatic bone over there. So to build up those forms, I'm using the clay build up, as you can see on the screen. So you kind of not see me go down to my brushes toolbar over there at the bottom. So I like assign those hotkeys, so you can check that on our introduction to ZBrush, that beginner course. So just go back to the interface. If you didn't watch that, just go back and watch that first, so it can kind of be easy for you guys to see that. So switching in, like you saw me go down to the lower subdivision to just move those major forms with the Move Topological brush, and then coming in again with the Damian standard and then the clay builder brush, just building up those forms. As you can see, I tend to like working with the intensity quite low, and then not like pressing too hard on that tablet. Like if you're using a tablet, it's kind of easy to control your pressure sensitivity. So it kind of works like if you hold it down too hard, it kind of digs in too much, and then vice versa. And then working on the vaccinator, using the same technique, the Damian standard, coming in, cleaning up those lines. Like it's the same technique for everything. Like when we're doing those fine details, it's just coming in with the Damian standard, and then once more just on like in between those lines we created, we come in with the clay builder brush. So then smoothing that out, like you see they like those artifacts. I just come in to clean the topology. So we're not really that high res, but then it is high res. So like for this head alone, we around 3 million polygons, which it's quite a lot. But then to achieve those high details, we needed that. As you can see, I'm digging in with the Damian standard and then the clay builder brush, just switching between Z add and Z sub, holding down Alt option on your keyboard can help you achieve that. Those are the basics actually. So Yeah, so coming in again, now working on our temporalis muscle, a very large muscle over there, coming in with the diamond standard. So we already have those lines. I'm just coming in to emphasize those lines again, digging in, and I'm using my there's this brush I created so you guys can have it also. Basically it's the clay builder brush, but then with a very smooth alpha. This brush I'm using now. So you can just select the clay builder brush and then just change your alpha to probably like alpha 36, and then you can have this brush I'm using over here, which kind of smooths everything together, and then you can have that feel. And then ever so slightly those muscle striations, I will stand the cloud of my story. And then coming in now to our facial muscles. As you can see, I'm kind of all over the place, so I'm not like in one place all the time. Just that I don't get too stuck with just one detail, so I kind of move around to kind of see my mistakes where I should fix, just freshen up my mind. And so then in those edges I'm using the diamond standard and then the clay builder brush, so I'm just switching between those very quickly. As you can see, I'm working on the Octavius oris. And then our orbicularis. Then is like the main man over here right now, and the clay builder brush. So I'm just switching between those two very quickly, as you can see on my screen also. So now I'm working on the levitar labii superficialis, and then now orbicularis oris. Just switching between those two muscles again. Like, you know, like on the nose, I believe we went through that. We have like that fat. So I'm kind of creating that with the clay builder brush. So I'm just trying to create that around our nose over there. We have a nasalis muscle on our nose over there. So like that bottom part of the nose, it kind of filled with cartilage, so we kind of not too fussy about that. And then redefining our orbicularis oculi, such a huge muscle, so I'm just making sure that those muscle striations are actually forming like a circly thingy, like going straight around. It's almost like oval, but then it's almost like a circle. So I'm trying to make sure that my muscle striations follow that direction also. As you can see, I'm not digging too deep with those details. I'm just making sure that, like, if you zoom in very closely, you can kind of see those fine details. Like, we can spend like hours just doing the face, but then we just creating those minor details that can trick the eye. And then next I'm working on the orbicularis oris, like the muscle of the mouth over there. And again, I need to follow those striations. As you can see, I'm smoothing that out where I can, and I'm using symmetry for now, as this will make us save time. So it's kind of symmetrical. Everything is symmetrical for now. just kind of handy. Just grab some water for you guys. And then using Damien Standard to create those dots over there on our fat. Yeah, and then working on and then next I'm working on our depressors. So our depressor lab, and then our zygomatic major, and our levator labi, zygomatic major again. I'm moving very quickly. Like to save time, I'm kind of focusing on those major details. And again, like I don't know if you can see, like it's kind of easy for us to finesse those details right now, because we already spent a lot of time during our primary form lectures and our secondary shape lectures, like when we were still building up those forms, those major shapes, those secondary shapes. Like we spent a lot of time over there. Now when we're adding those fine details, it's kind of easy for us to come finesse everything again, just messing that up, just creating that effect that it's kind of merging with orbicularis oris, so those muscles are kind of like attaching underneath over there. And then moving away to the temporaris muscle, coming in with the Damien Standard ever so slightly, creating those lines again. As you can see, I'm kind of moving in, and then I'm using the trim dynamic brush to create that like flat surface on our eyes. You can kind of see that effect. So I'm using the trim dynamic. You can use any flat brush also, it's totally up to you. And then on top also, same technique, increase my brush a bit, and then just coming in, making sure everything is flat. Still working on symmetry, that we might work a bit faster. Just turning on our layers just to see how everything looks. So in order to fix those eye bags, we need to have our eyeballs opened. So we like now just using the move topological brush to move those our eyes in place. Again, not too harsh, but then just getting that in place. So shaking our model around. So to move your model very quickly, you can just switch. I just switched to the lower subdivision using Shift D on your keyboard. So Shift D on your keyboard, you can move to the lower subdivision, as you can see over here, and then D you can move to the highest subdivision. So you can move those major forms very easily. Again, I'm using the move topological brush just to move those shapes. So what I want to create, I'm going to grab my clay builder brush right now, just building my eye bag on top. I was kind of not happy, as it wasn't that there was not much form over there, so it was kind of like digging in the eye, as you can see over here. So like the top piece, it's more towards the face, like it's not like even. And I don't know if you guys could see that. So I'm just fixing that with the move topological brush again, just making sure everything lines up. Again, you can also like use like other reference you can find online, which can help you just identify how the eye looks. like zoomed in. Like when you look very closely, you can kind of see how the eye looks over there. Switching between my eye model, just moving that closely a bit, because it was a bit wide. So like a quick measurement, you can like on the center there has to be like one eyeball when you're measuring those eyeballs. So that's how you divide them together if you want to do like a quick measurement over there. As you can see, not everything is lining up as yet. Just moving that. I'm in my lowest subdivision. As you can see, I can move in those shapes very easily. So our topology, it's not that perfect. As you can see, we in Dynamesh, so it's not that perfect. I strongly suggest, like, before you add those fine details, you can also like retopologize your models, so you won't have any problems when you adding those fine details also. And also when you're moving the topology, it's kind of easy for you to come in and fix that. As you can see, I wasn't happy with those eye bags, so I'm coming in with the clay builder brush and just building that up again. Like, you guys can be like confused, like, why am I working backwards? But then it's all about self-criticizing yourself, and then making sure you completely satisfied with what you're trying to achieve, and also like working very smart, and then taking your time. Actually, this took me a lot of time. Then you guys see it over here, but then I thought let's just work on it together, and you guys can see like my entire workflow actually. So I hid nothing from you guys right now. Everything it's on this class. Then coming back in with so fixing now. I'm working on our cartilage. What I want to do, I'm gonna grab my Damian standard, turn off symmetry, because when you're doing like a center line, you must make sure you turn off symmetry, because you will end up getting those skew lines, and then make sure you turn it back on again, and before you forget. And then coming back in, looking very closely at your reference, coming with Damian standard, clay builder brush, see our temporal line. So like female skulls are kind of different from male skulls, so you can kind of see the difference over there. So we shared like a free free course doing a male Ecorche. So we went through the basics over there. Not actually the basics, but then we kind of summarized for you guys the workflow. So like most of you guys were kind of like not satisfied with how quick everything was, and not everything was there, but then we were kind of limited to the time, as it was a free course, so we were kind of limited to 2 hours of recording time, so we had to squash everything in that 2 hours. And I believe that course was around 13 hours or so, if I'm not mistaken. So I kind of had to squash everything in that time frame. So this, now we went all in, so we going through each and every step with you guys over there. So I switched to the body now. You can see I'm also using the Damian standard just to create those lines over there. So don't stay in one place, just move around and see like where you left off. Because like if you stay in one place, you can kind of not see like your what's missing, where must you fix and stuff. So just move around your model and then come back to revisit that specific location if need be. So again, I thank you guys for this time. It's it's Adrian from asayanatomy.com. So if you have any questions, I'm also available to assist you guys where I can, and I will see you guys on the next one.